What's the motherfucking deal? I'm all evaporating over here. What's going on? And yeah, pardon me, I burped a little bit. Y'all know I went to Popeyes. I had to give me a little snack. I had to give me a little chicken sandwich. Give me a second while I'm fixing this. Man, Popeyes got some good chicken sandwiches, but he put like all that mayo on the side. Tell him put that shit on the side. And if you see how much of that shit that they got on the side, it's ridiculous. It gotta be like another 200 calories by itself and just mayonnaise. That shit is terrible. All right. We live? All right, let's go. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I'm glad that you could join me this evening. I am your host, Ed Honcho. Let me push that little button. You can catch my personal social medias, Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram and Twitter. It is an honor, it is a privilege, it is a pleasure to get to chop it up with you guys each and every night, and I thank you for providing me that opportunity. We've had kind of I won't say a rough week. It's been kind of here and there. But I kind of want to take a step back from, talking about, baby Malia for a little bit, because let's just kind of let some other things come out. I really don't, and if, people accuse me of that, I really don't like over talking about it because it seems like, you're trying to milk the situation. That's why I was actually going a lot of days in between talking about the story, kind of waiting until things kind of came out. And I want to get, I won't say super lighthearted tonight. Sunday nights, we usually do something a little bit more lighthearted depending on what's going on. But I want to have a kind of a serious conversation, but you know how we do in the den. Everything is everything. And, whatever your opinions are, they are welcome. I want to talk about standards. I'm hot. I got to look at it. It's time for me to get on the grind. I got to get up out the garage. It's time to get to these Honcho studios so we can have them central AC. But I want to talk about standards tonight, but hey, let's get all the proper protocols out the way and let's see what we got joining us tonight. Hey, if you like the show, if you enjoy the channel, hit that like. If you're an OG, if you're new to this, hit that subscribe and like button. It is greatly appreciated. Let YouTube know that you enjoy the content. You want to catch all the social medias, Den Show Live on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at Gmail if you ever want to send me an email. Shout out to V because she sent me a very interesting stories today, so I thank you for doing that. And let me see. If you ever want to call the den, whether we are live or not, you can always call. If nobody answers, you can leave a voicemail. I'll try to catch those. I'm trying to get more on top of that. 833-284-3336. You can send text messages. You can send, screenshots, pictures, whatever you got going on. And I'll definitely check those out, as soon as I have some time. I try not to ignore anybody. Why is the Twitter just hanging there? All right, cool. If you want to support the channel, all donations are greatly appreciated because, I have plenty of doorknobs to buy. If you've been around a while, you know what that's all about. Streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And you can make a one-time donation. And, like I said, all love is greatly appreciated. And if you want to pledge monthly to support the show, you can go to patreon.com/The Den Show and make a monthly pledge, and there are reward tiers. And I'm, like I said, today's the first. And really going to start getting active with the Patreon content because, again, like I said, you guys go above and beyond to show some love. So I appreciate that and support monthly. So shout out to Stina Starry-Eyed, shout out to Dan, shout out to Goya and Mr. James Martin for support via Patreon. I sincerely appreciate that love. But let's talk about it, man. Let's see what we got joining us in the den. What friends in the den are joining us? Well, why am I in the top chat? That's terrible. You missing out. Hey, you got to make sure if you're in the top chat, you're missing out on the best part of the conversation. Make sure you're in the live chat. Because sometimes you miss out on some good stuff. Let's talk about it. Let's see. Shout out to Micah. I hope I said that right. Clayton, Professor Trill. Let's see. Shannon, Morgan Clark. What's the motherfucking deal? AB, what's the motherfucking deal? V Darko, what's the motherfucking deal? Culture to Nubis, Footballer 503. Nana Johnson. TR. Everything Life with Nikki. MF Nicole. Nikki motherfucker, say the motherfucker. I'm assuming. I don't know. It might be like Marie Francis or something. I'm just saying anything. Kathy, how you doing this evening? Only One Lie, Beyond a Funny Nigga. Man, if y'all ain't went and watched Beyond a Funny Niggas back in the day, man, y'all tripping. Man, y'all better make sure you got like 24 hours to check that out. Otherwise, you in trouble. Dirty Debbie, what's the motherfucking deal? Baker Man, always good to see you, Baker Man. Baker Man in the house. Danny. Hello, Danny, if that is your real name. Miss T-Nee. How you doing this evening? See Maria, good to see you. Glad to see you again. I'm gonna tell y'all something. And see Maria, it's no offense to you, but I'm gonna tell y'all something in just a minute. Reno Branch, what's the motherfucking deal? Paul Wellness, what's the motherfucking deal? I hope everybody is doing well tonight. I hope everybody's feeling excellent tonight. Knockout, what's the motherfucking deal? As most of y'all know, y'all probably like, why the fuck are you sweating, Honcho? I trap out my garage. There is no central AC in here. So, hey, look, if y'all can mind a little sweat, it'll be all good. I got a towel here, so I may be utilizing that from time to time. Plus, when I go from one temperature, like I was in the house in AC, and then I go to another environment, you know, I kind of start leaking a little bit. All right. So work with me. It's all love. All right. So C. Maria, again, no offense to you. We had an incident here, and I know I'm gonna let it die. I've been trying to avoid talking about saying the name that we shouldn't say. But I don't know how many of y'all were listening last night when Miss C. Maria called in. And Rashida Reed, what's the motherfucking deal? We had an incident a couple of weeks back with someone of the same name. And so, brother Shaolin, what's the motherfucking deal, man? And so when you called in, and initially your accent, like, well, I don't say your accent, but your voice sounded like similar. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, have I been duped? Wise, what's the motherfucking deal? I was like, so I was just listening in, but you made some very valid points. So I was like, okay, this is definitely not the same person. It's not even in the same ballpark. So we're all good. So, so good. It wasn't one of those deals. You ain't never called in. You didn't call in yesterday? I thought you called in yesterday. Who called in yet? Well, Maria called in yesterday. Okay, well, I thought it was you. All right. Well, I thought it was, I apologize. Well, I'm giving you credit for somebody else. Well, then somebody called in named Maria yesterday, and the accent was similar. Yeah. I'm like, hey, y'all players fuck up. All right. Players fuck. I got to up my standards. We're talking about standards tonight. I got to up my standards. So I apologize. Okay. Well, I'm accrediting you something. Oh. Yeah. Oh, no. That's what I meant. Okay. So, okay. I wasn't tripping. So you did call in last night. That's what I meant. Last night. When you called in last night. But there used to be another person by the same name who used to go, okay, so look, I ain't fucking too bad. I'm just misinforming. But no, it's a whole different ballgame. It's trust me, I know it's not you, and that's a whole different thing. Okay, but oh yes, Magic Cup. You know, hey, you gotta figure out what's going on with that. But hey, let's talk about it, man. So I hope you're all having a wonderful night. I hope everything is going well in your favor, having a super Saturday. Let's get into the conversation. I don't want to talk all evening. I want to open up the lines. I want to know how y'all feel. But the reason why I want to talk about standards tonight is because this is a term that has been coming up frequently. And shout out to Rob Myers. Okay, they did actually. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, yes, I am definitely in Texas. Do you think the same thing? Okay. So yeah, don't feel bad if anybody is questionable of you. It's just somebody left a bad imprint on that name. So standards, and shout out to Rob Myers, man, because he called in a couple of weeks back and he had a great call, and he was just talking about, you know, especially in the black community, upping standards. But I think everyone as a whole has to up their standards, you know, and what I mean by that, we talked about dating. And man, what do men want? What do women want? Oh my God. Those two conversations were very intriguing. And I think a lot of that comes down to standards. You know, you talk about education. We talk about that, you know, frequently and how important that is. That comes down to setting your own standards. People say, oh, the schools don't teach anything, but you have to set standards at home. Excuse me. We talk about, you know, the situation, child rearing with the Brittany Bowen situation and how she's a terrible mother because of low standards for herself. And we talk about men who date women with low standards, women who date men with low standards and have children. And then you have single parents and the children are the one who lose, you know? And so let's talk about standards and the importance of having these and what you can do to improve on this. And that's what I want to know. I want to know, again, when you guys call in tonight, you know, where do you see a lack of standards in society? And where can we improve on that? T-Money, Ebony Tubbs, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. Let me see. Anybody, if I missed you, I ain't dish you. It's all love. Ray, what's the motherfucker? I can't even be mad. How you doing, Ray, man? So let's get into this conversation. Standards, man. And People lack standards in some facet of their lives. I'm not kidding, nobody's going to be perfect. You can talk about, I see a lot of people who say, they go to a job and, well, this job doesn't pay me a lot of money, so I'm not going to do a lot of work. Well, the job's not losing. You're the one that's losing. Because if you're setting low standards for yourself because of your pay scale, you're never going to improve. You're never going to get recognized. You're never going to get that boosted pay. You're going to be the one that complains always as to why stuff isn't working for you. Sweetberry, what's the motherfucking deal? And why things aren't going your way, why things aren't improving in your life. Because if you show low standards, then people will treat you with low standards. You talk about bad parenting, people who don't want to do better for themselves. We talked about, someone called in last night and said, who are these women that are coming up off of welfare and stuff like that, and that she didn't see it. But there are a lot of people who are, happy with that, happy with government assistance. And they find ways to supplement their income, not just with their government. They have a lot of stuff that's up. I know someone, or knew someone, who was on government assistance, right? I'm over here wiping like preacher Honcho, who was on government assistance and had a $40 an hour job. Okay, so trust me, people are coming up off of that government assistance. So don't let everybody fool you, right? But standards, there are people who are willing to accept that, who are willing to only live in low income housing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that if you're trying to use that as a stepping stone. But if you're accepting this as your destiny, and this is it, this is as good as it gets for me, and you're not trying to gradually make improvements on a daily basis, then you've accepted low standards. And so there are a lot of people who do that, and a lot of people who blame, the government, or they blame the past, or they blame whatever. Man, we live in the land of opportunity. That's one thing we can all agree on. Some people will say, no, America's bad, this, and this. Some people say America's the greatest country in the world. I will say the one thing we all can agree on, America is the land of opportunity. T-Money, what's the motherfucking deal? So all I'm saying is this: take advantage of that opportunity, up your standards, man. Things can change in this country in a day for an individual. I'm not even talking about on a grand scale. We see in this day and age, you see more people becoming millionaires than ever. And of course, the million ain't what it used to be, but that's neither here nor there. It's still a significant sum of money. Tina, what's the motherfucking deal? How you doing this evening? But again, if you up your standards, you can have anything you want in this country, I need to up my standards and stop smoking these bullshit ass Black and Mild, and either stop smoking or smoke better cigars, right? But when we have the den men's meet and greet, we'll work on that. But all I'm saying is, where do low standards come from? And why do people accept low standards? And it's a mentality. Some people grow up in a situation, and I feel bad for children, because you have certain parents, you have certain communities, certain environments who will always reiterate, or who will always repeat these lies and say, oh, you can't make it, you can't do this, you can't do that, this is good as enough, this is good as it gets, or you're not good enough to do this. Or even if you are and you start doing better, you get ostracized, you get treated differently, and then it makes you question your own behaviors, it makes you question your own reasoning. Standards cannot be placed on you by anyone but yourself. Now, a person can challenge you to live up to their standards if you want to be a part of their circle, and there's nothing wrong with that. A person can challenge you to be a better you because they want to see a better you. They know that you have something more inside. There's nothing wrong with that. Standards, I think, are the one thing, or the single most important thing, that will benefit you. Let's talk about relationships real quick. And like I said, I'm talking about 3 or 4 more minutes, then I'll open up the line and we'll start taking some calls. Let's talk about standards in relationships. We talk about all the single parents, and both parties are guilty. right? Both parties are guilty when it comes to single parents. If the dad is a deadbeat and not taking care of his child, he's a scumbag. But at the same time, a lot of these women knew that before laying down with him. Okay? A lot of these women knew that. Shunny Poo, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome. Lisa Hyman, what's the motherfucking deal? And so everybody has to be accountable. Standards and accountability actually, go hand in hand. You know, to have a standard, you have to be accountable. And so what I'm saying by this is you have to make the proper decisions in your life, and that requires discipline, accountability, and standards. These are words that some people just do not like. These are curse words to some people, right? But if you apply these things in your life will improve significantly almost overnight. Now, it's not easy. I won't say overnight because it takes time. If you have bad habits, if you've lived in a certain way for so long and you're trying to adapt and become a better person, then it takes time to implement these and break those old bad habits. They say, what is it like? I've heard different things. I've heard 28 days. I've heard 6 weeks to break a bad habit and to establish a new habit, something like that. But I think if you're dedicated to it, you can do it. But once you break those bad habits and you install good habits, man, your life will change. But you have so many people who feel like, I'm gonna keep it real, I'll never change, I'll do this, and then you wonder why you go through the same situation, the same outcomes over and over and over again. You know, that's a prime example. It's the standards of Brittany and Darren. Brittany had low standards for herself, established low standards for her children, and now we see what that has developed into. Multiple CPS visits, and now the death of a beautiful child. And you know, but there's like that she's not the only one. It's happening all over the world. You know, instead of raising their standards, saying, hey, you know what, I birthed this child, I'm going to be a better person so I can be a better mother so that I can give this child a better life than I had. Instead, it's like, fuck it, I don't want to raise my standard. I don't want to do anything extra. I don't want to do anything more. I'm going to find a way to get rid of this perceived burden and not have to deal with anything. That's where we know who hit that dislike button. You know what I'm saying? Shut up. Anthony Joshua ain't lose. Shut your ass. But we don't talk sports in here, goddammit. But the thing about this is we know what it takes. But it's not easy. It's easier said than done. It's easier to say, hey man, just have better standards, better discipline. If you've never had this in your life, if you've never challenged yourself, if you've never embraced challenge, then you'll never have these things. And a lot of people are afraid to embrace challenge for whatever reasons. It's a mindset thing. It's a lot of people who are stagnant in their beliefs and they don't want to approach new difficulties in their life. They'd rather stay in that comfort zone and not adapt and not, build themselves up. With great discipline comes great rewards. And I'm starting to see certain things like that for myself. And at any time in my life that I've decided to be disciplined, and I'm not always consistent, I can be honest with you about that. But the reason why I can speak on this is because when I've decided to be disciplined, when I've decided to up my standard, when I've decided to put in more work or do whatever it is, I've seen the rewards, and they're almost immediate. When you change that mindset, you reap the benefits immediately. And again, it's very important to do so. Because it's easier to complain. Most people complain. Most people just like to complain. Let's be honest. Most people know what it takes to improve. Most people know what it takes to establish discipline. Most people know what they really want, but they'll settle for less. And that's a big thing. A lot of these relationships, you have a lot of women, and I think you have situations where they may feel lonely, they may feel whatever. These are they may be of a certain socioeconomic class, whatever it could be. And they'll settle for what's around them, right? They'll settle for what's around them. And somebody called in last night, and I agree 100% that women, if you do get caught in a situation where you become a single mother, up your personal standards. Go to school, get an education, get a trade, be the best mom you can for your child. And then I think that it will provide you better opportunities for better men. You can't up your standards also and then still affiliate with the same lower standard type people, because what's going to happen is eventually you're going to get brought back down. So when you make these changes, and that's part of it that can be so difficult because, say you've been around certain people for the majority of your life. And then one day you say, I want better for myself and I got to make this change. Something you're going to have to really consider is cutting ties with a lot of those people if they don't want better because they will bring you down. They'll say things like, oh, you've changed, or you think you're too good, or you thinking, hey, well, if you're not willing to up your standards with me, then I guess we have to, not that we have to part ways, but we just can't associate as much. And that can be tough. It's all good, Kenneth, because I'm gonna be knocking your mama down later on tonight, so it's all good. Hey, you do what you do, I'm gonna do what I do. Until I need that desk, I gotta put in work to get that desk, Kenneth. But no, all jokes aside, man. So let's open up this line. I want to know what you guys think, and I'm gonna continue kind of spilling some of my thoughts. But again, it's about you guys, And if you're not familiar with the Den, I know some of you guys, a lot of you have come in with the recent conversation about baby Malia and everything that's going on with that. But the Den is an environment, man, where free speech is welcome, whether you agree, disagree vehemently, whether you just have a far out train of thought. All opinions are welcome because people need to have an outlet where they can speak freely without feeling judged. People in the chat might judge you because that's just what people do. But trust me, I'm gonna listen to you. I want to hear what you have to say. Probably have the 10-minute rule tonight. And we'll see. If calls get real picked up, we may shrink it down. If they're not too many, then we may let it go a little longer. But we'll have the 10-minute rule in effect tonight. So if the call gets to the 10-minute mark, I'll probably end up, cutting you off and just, kind of, and then you can always call back if not. So if it ain't. So let's see where this goes. We'll see where this goes. If the line gets active, then like I say, we'll shrink it down a little bit. But if not, we'll keep it going. But all thoughts are welcome. All views are welcome. And if it's something else that's kind of on your mind, that may be going on, if you don't, feel free to discuss that. Because again, it's an open forum, but we try to have a solid topic every evening. Let me do my personal stuff. Hey, if you're just sliding in, make sure you hit that like button. And if you're new and you just this shit don't even pop up, ain't that a bitch? Let me see what we got going here. There we go. Hit that like. If you do this, you just listening, man, hit that subscribe button. And remember, we go live every night at 10 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. Central. Make sure you hit the Den on all the proper social medias. Den Show live on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and if you want to send an email at Gmail. The Den Show is fan funded, so if you'd like to make a one-time donation, go to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. We have the super chats currently cut off. And if you want to consider a monthly pledge, patreon.com/The Den Show. All love is greatly appreciated. Let's get this line open. Let's see what's on your mind. 833-284-3336. 833, the number 2. The Den is the easiest way to remember that. So, but we're talking about standards. We're talking about discipline. We're talking about, not settling. And I think men have to do that too, because you got a lot of men who will go for any piece of action, knowing that this woman may not be qualified. So I'm not putting it all on the ladies. The men have to be responsible too. Men are supposed to be more logical and not emotional. We say that a lot, but let's also be reasonable. Men are supposed to be logical, but we think with the dickhead instead of the big head a lot. Let's just be realistic. And so, what kind of standard is it when a black man get a white man? And that's I've spoken on this a couple of times. My personal views and how they've changed over time. I've dated white women in my past, like in high school, younger age, I did. I became on another level where I was more on some pro-black type stuff, and I was like, nah, I don't condone interracial relationships. I'm not with all that. But then, as time carried on, this is a tough world to live in. You got to be with who the fuck makes you happy. And if nobody else doesn't like it, well, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? It's not there. You have to live your life. And so if that's what makes you happy, then you do what you do. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening?
Hey, Honcho, it's B. Darko. How are you?
Oh, doing good. Miss V, how are you doing this evening? What would you like to speak on?
It's funny because I was just having this conversation with my friend about standards tonight. She finds herself single after 17 years, and she's out there in the dating pool again.
Oh.
And excuse me, so I said you have to set some standards. Like all these men want to play games. Like she's real impatient. If they don't text her back right away, she gets upset about that. And I said you have to say right away what you want up front and know what you're looking for. Otherwise, these men are going to try you. You know, after being married to a man who was a narcissist and he like ruled with an iron fist in the house, didn't let her have control over bills or anything. So I said, you know, you don't want any of that. So you need to sit down and really think about it, like write out a list and say what you want and what you're looking for. Some some people make lists or, you know, just sit down and think about it. I said, otherwise, are you just looking for someone to have sex with? Are you looking for someone to go out on a date? She doesn't know what she wants. So, from a man's point of view, what would you say about that?
Um, I think you told her right. I think you told her the right thing because honestly, if you just jump back into the game or whatever you call it, and you have no direction, you have no GPS, you have no plan of where you're trying to end up, then or you jumping out of what is it's like an ocean. You just get out there, you don't have a boat or you don't have a paddle. You know, you're just gonna go where the current takes you if you don't have a specific destination. So, yeah, sitting down and actually take some time to understand yourself. And you know, how long ago was it that they split up?
They split up probably this last time about 4 or 5 months ago, but what she found out was that he likes men too.
Oh, Josephine Johnny, Lord have mercy. Okay.
So, and she was like, he's hard to get over. So I was like, well, are you willing to accept the fact that he likes men and that urge is not going to go away? Because that's another standard. Are you ready to be sharing him like pretty much like an open relationship? Because she had ended up meeting a man and he said that, and for some reason they were talking about the husband, and then he worked at a like one of those gay bars or gay places in Dallas where men go in on their lunch break and do different things like that. So she had asked he asked her to send a picture of her husband, and she sent in a picture to him of her husband, and come to find out he was going there every day.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Right.
that's tough, man.
So
That is completely changed the dynamic of the conversation now. So, uh, I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening right now. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what's happening. Uh,
so the
that's
point that I'm
yeah.
making is, if that's not something that you're willing to deal with, so any man going forward, you need to ask them up front. And not that they always gonna be truthful or whatever, but if you know that that's not something that you can deal with, him being with another man and him being with you, because some women are okay with that.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it's a new. Yeah, you gotta set some standards, but man, that's wild.
yeah, and he was posting pictures on Craigslist of himself, and the reason she found that out is because she had got on Craigslist and saw a picture of their bathroom wallpaper. Like, who has wallpaper these days?
Oh, it's an old couple, goddamn. Yeah, I ain't seen no wallpaper in a long time. Um, Man, let me think about this. So, okay, see, let's just disconnect her from the husband because that's a whole different ball game. I don't look. The standards are important, very important now in this situation because obviously, if she's saying he's hard to get over, then that wasn't a game changer because you know I guess that's still in the back of her mind. But she has to set some standards of what it is that she wants, and like you said about making a list, you know. And again, sometimes people get into relationships. How young were they when they got into the relationship?
Well, I know when I was looking for my husband, I had sat down and wrote a list, and I did not deter from that list. If you wasn't meeting everything on, I wasn't going to compromise on that. And I didn't compromise, and I'm married to a great man. So I just feel like sometimes you put it down on paper, you can think it through. But I know I'm getting close to the 10 minutes. I just wanted to add something because I meant to call in when we were talking about what men want. And from my experience, what men want, they want money, they want sex, and they want a nice car. That's just always been my experience. If they have those three things, they really don't care about who they bang. Not in my opinion. Okay. And then the home and all that will come later. But that was the three things that I thought they liked.
Okay. Well,
but I'll go back and listen.
Okay, and I'll expand on that because I just, man, you threw that caveat, you threw that monkey wrench in the whole it threw the whole conversation left. So, yeah, that's.
Well, let me leave you with this. Let me leave you with this. She straps on and gives it to him.
Oh, well, if she do that, man, she knew that. Man, she with the shit, man. She might as well go back to her husband. Might as well go all the way out, man. I'm done. Appreciate the call, Ms. V. Oh man, yeah, that's tough. I guess you could call her Peggy Bundy. Hey yo, see what I did there? Wow, that's super tough, man. Yeah, I mean, if she, come on now, like, she with that shit. If she was doing that, if that was the case. Wow. Well, my ears. Well, we didn't got it started tonight. It's on tonight, man. Let's get it. It's on tonight. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, this is C. Maria. Just wanted to make sure you know I am not the one from the past that you mentioned.
No. Oh, trust me, I can tell the difference. Once the call got started, I could definitely see the difference. You didn't make a racial tirade or swear that people were attacking you for no reason. So I could definitely tell the difference because it was a whole bad deal with that other situation. So.
Okay, good. Thank you. Last night, someone else on the chat live asked me if I was the C. Maria who was banned in the past, and I said, no, this is the first time I've been on here. So I'm surprised there's someone with the username C. Maria, actually, that there's another one of me out there. Maybe I should change it. That's not so good if she's using the same name. He or she, whoever it was. Okay. There was one other thing. Firstly, it's a good topic tonight. In addition to being a 30-year clinical social worker, I'm also a certified life coach. And I'm not going into that discussion now. It's just that it's a good topic. What you're saying are really great points. What I wanted to ask is if you would be willing to post the virtual light a candle link that I created yesterday for Malia. And it's nice. It'll show everybody who's whatever they want to put in a little statement in her memory, and light a candle. It's free online, and I have it on Facebook, but I can't put it to a comment on YouTube because they don't allow any kind of website on there. So are you able to do that? I don't want to put you on the spot asking you, but are you willing or able?
Yeah, you can send me the link in a text message because I saw it when I was checking some comments today, and it went to like a spam comment, but I undid it, so it should be wherever you place that comment. It should be there. But if you want to send it to me, I will. I'll post it in the chat. So if you want to send it through a text message, I'll post it in the chat. So anybody who would like to do that can.
Very cool. I don't text though. That's one thing. I have an old-fashioned flip phone, so I don't text. Is there an email I could send it to, or on your face?
Yeah, you can send it either to the Facebook, it's Ed Honcho, or you can send it to denshowlive@gmail, and I'll get it that way.
Okay. Good. Cool. All right. Thanks a lot.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Good night.
No, hey, look, flip phone is the way to go these days. Hey, that's y'all playing. That's the move right there. The crazy world we live in. Hey, Jack, that's what you got to do. Kenneth, you are suspect. We just talked about the man that V Darko's friend was with. So I guess if she's looking for an opening, I guess that she could holler at you. She might like him young too. But you know that's still a crazy conversation. But here's the deal. Getting back to standards, getting back to what you will accept. And again, that's only you can determine that. You have to decide, and you have to step away. Forget what society is telling you, because society can be a big influence on people. We see how, one person does something, everybody gets caught up in that wave. You have to decide for yourself what you will and will not accept from the individuals that you come encounter with. That is building a love relationship, if that's a friendship type of relationship, business relationships. You teach the world how to treat you. So if you do low-end activities, if you do bullshit stuff, if you do self-deprecating activity, then guess what? Everybody will say, hey, well, that's how you treat yourself. Then I guess that's how we're going to embrace you, because that's what you're all about. So my thing is this, you got to take some time away. And that's why I was asking about how long the other woman had been separated from her husband, because sometimes people get out of it and then the first thing they go do is look for someone else, and they never take that time to figure out who they are. You know what I'm saying? They never take that time to figure out what they're really about. And they're carrying that old baggage into new relationships. And then that's going to be a problem, because they have all these old concerns that they really shouldn't be applying to a new individual. So they have to take the time to kind of clear their recycle bin. If I'm gonna use an operating system like Windows, put all your trash in the recycling bin, all the stuff you don't want, put it in there, click that shit, clear it, and then get you a cleaner and delete it permanently. So you don't take that shit into a new relationship, because you can take old bags into new relationships and they'll turn out the same. Someone was talking in the chat the other day, and we were having that conversation about relationships. And, I think when Miss Bell called in actually the other day, she was talking about her relationship, and I'm gonna say it was 20 plus years. I think she said 23. Yeah, Michael Jordan. And she was saying, she was married for 23 years and everything like that. And someone was like, oh well, he's got something else going. You can't take your personal situation and apply it to somebody else that you have no idea about. Because when you carry that mentality, especially if you're in the dating game because you've been hurt or whatever else, you're going to create that situation, because you'll be with somebody, you'll push them away, and they'll end up going to somebody else. And then, yeah, you'll be right, because you created that situation. You made it happen, and you'll feel justified because you think you're right, even though you did it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Roman Reigns. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind this evening? Mm-hmm. Standards as a whole. So, we know that society is full of low standards these days. We see everything that is promoted. We see, what artists are the biggest artists. It's more about setting your own personal standards and not accepting, society standards, because society as a whole has low standards. And it's about, so however you want to approach the topic of standards is welcome. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Mm-hmm. All right, hold on 1 second. They're saying that there's no volume. Can you hear me, or you cannot hear the caller? So nothing at all? Okay, because everything, and I'm saying, because it's like everything's saying that it's up. You can hear me? Okay. You could. Yeah, they're saying they can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Y'all can hear the last callers, but you can't hear Roman. Okay, I don't know. Let me see. Let me look. Ain't nothing changed. The audio's still the same. Everything is still the same. Let me see what's going on with you here, Roman. Let me see what's happening. But you're not roaming. Because look, I can tell. Usually the little meter is red. Whenever you're not when you're not active. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Let me see. Y'all, that's tough, man. Hold on one second. Let me see what's going on with the Roman call, man. Look, the line trying to do my boy Roman bad, man. Let me figure it out here. Let's see. All right, say something, Roman. All right. Can y'all hear him now? Let me see. Look. I don't even know, player. I don't even know. Still can't hear. Wow, what is going on? That is tough. No, can't hear Roman. Okay. I have no idea what's going on. Look, I got look. I'm checking all my settings. Everything is in accordance. I didn't change anything from the last couple of callers.
I can't believe you had to do this to me. I'm the one that got beat.
Man, I don't know what it is. Yeah, try hanging up and calling right back, Roman. I'll take your call right back.
Okay, got it.
All right, okay. That's quite odd. I don't know why. Let's see. Let's try this here. Look, the den line just be giving my boy Roman problems, man. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Can you hear me now?
I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Y'all ruthless, man. Y'all don't want to let my boy Roman make it. Still can't hear anything?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Wow, that's crazy because the meter, actually, like I said, I can see the audio meter, I can see everything going on here, but I guess they're saying they can't hear you. That's tough. I have no idea.
Well, I know you can hear me,
Uh-huh.
but everybody else can't hear me.
Yeah, that's tough. Hold on, let me see. I don't know what to do with that. Damn. Look, y'all can get on my boy Roman, man. Y'all gonna let my boy Roman make it. Hold on, man. Hold on.
What they saying about
Man. they say you gotta pay your bill. They say you on the boost. Oh man, look, y'all gotta look. Hold on. We gonna get it figured out here.
Oh man, I want to hear that. My bill is paid, nigga. It ain't my fault.
All right, hold on. Let me try something else. Let me see something here. All right, say something else, Roman.
You say what, Honcho?
I'm trying to see if this is Okay, let's try this. Y'all can hear him now? All right, cool. All right. Go ahead, Roman. Now.
Oh, they can hear.
Yeah, they can hear you now. Yeah, man, look, man, y'all.
Just came in.
Y'all missed it. Roman was cussing all y'all out. He was calling y'all all kind of names. He said he dropped his address.
Oh, this nigga's lying out here, bro. Don't listen to him. Don't start. Honcho, spreading rumors and shit. Okay, let me get to what I call for. Standards. Okay. And look, the world does not set standards for itself, and especially, okay, I shouldn't say that. I should say what we see and what is marketed to us is not set it. They don't set standards for themselves. They give us the most bullshit, mediocre thing that they can sell and they can process that they can make. And that's not just music. I feel like that's not just music, in my opinion. It's movies, it's acting, it's food. They sell you bullshit because there is no standards of what they sell you. Okay, think about it. Music. The number one, the number one female artist was a former stripper. You tell me that standard? What happened to singers learning how to sing is when they come up with slow. It's when they took their time to become big. It's not like that anymore. It's the standards is if I can push you, if you can do everything I say, look, that's what we can get. You know, TV shows. Honcho, where's the creativity in TV shows anymore? Tell me how many times, not just TV and music, reboots come out or a remake of something. I mean, shit. Disney got like seven remakes of their cartoon movie. so many shows have been remade and redone and coming back and this and that. Creativity is not even existing in Hollywood anymore. You barely, once in the blue moon, see a new movie. You know, barely. And that's the one I'm talking. Not standards. There's no standards set in Hollywood because there's not no standards or no pinnacle of like, you know what? We demand new movies. We demand new content. We demand that. You know, another good example, Jordan, the shoes we wear. How many times have Jordan resold a shoe?
Man, every year.
There we go. How many times? I swear to God, he's reselling the retro 11s, the retro 1s. I mean, is that setting standards for yourself? No, he knows he can make a business off of that. He knows he'll make money because it's so nostalgic. And Jordan's main target is niggas. He know niggas buy shoes. Yes, everybody buys shoes. Everybody buys shoes. But predominantly it's niggas. And the thing is, that's just not setting standards for yourself. He's not setting no standards of well, not even Jordan as a person. Jordan brand is not setting standards for themselves. So you know what? Every couple years, every 2 years, we're making a new shoe. We're creating something new. There is no creating something new. It goes off what I can reuse and can reuse that to make more money. And that's just obvious right there. That also goes with a lot of these fashion brands. I mean, you look at a lot of these fashion brands, they use the exact same patterns, they use the exact same fabrics because they know it sells. There is no market out there to do better because there is no competitors. There is no nothing that sets a standard that I have to do better. There is a good example. Hunter, you watch wrestling when you was younger?
Yeah, I just watched wrestling when I was young.
Okay. So you remember when it was the WWF and it was the WCW, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The thing is, you know what made WWF so great, Honcho, at the time? Because it had a competitor. It had a rival. It was WCW. It was its competitor. They knew they had to set standards for themselves to be better because they were going to get canceled. They were just going to go out of business. You know, now look at them. WCW fell off in the early 2000s. After that, bam, gone. WWE buys them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you look at WWE now. Lazy as shit. Same writing. Same storyline. Wrestlers with no talent. With no character.
Okay.
The thing is, they set no more standards for themselves because they have nothing to set a standard for.
Okay. But should the people
What is
stop
if they know it's going to sell when
should the people stop accepting that though? Is that what it should be for these people to change? And then I got a question for you, Roman. What about yourself? What are your personal standards that you feel like set you apart from other individuals?
My standards, man, is look. A standard I set for myself is to not listen to bullshit. The thing is, what I mean by not listening to bullshit is I'm not a person who was easily influenced or something. The thing is, I will research you, I will study you, I have to understand you. You can't easily just come to me and say, oh, just believe in it. Oh, do this, do that. No. I've set a standard for myself. I'm not going to allow anything I see just to be that. I research it. I look at it. I analyze it for myself to see if I trust or if I don't. And by doing that, that's how I know if I can trust it, if I not, if I like it, if I don't. I can't allow bullshit. And that's people, that is anything. You get what I mean, Honcho?
Yeah.
So that's the standards that's set for me. You know, it's other things, but I think that's the main standard I live by.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add to that?
Nah, man, that's it. That's it, man. So all I was saying was really this, man. There's no standards to set because my main thing is there's no standards to set because there's no competition. There's nobody to prove for you to even have standards for yourself if you're number one. So That's it, man. That's my call.
All right, Roman, man, you better get on their ass in the chat because they've been going in on you, man. You better get them. You better
Oh man, they can talk all the talk. Nigga, call in if you got something to say. I call in every night. Loyal. You got something to say? Call in. Call in. I'm about to be in. I'm about to be in the chat, Honcho. Don't worry. I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, Roman, appreciate your call, man. Get them.
Man, anytime, man.
Already. Shout out to young brother Roman, man. Yeah, I'm starting shit. I'm finna get agitated. We finna get crunk tonight. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Hello, hello. That sounds terrible. I wasted a click on that nonsense. Well, that's that brink of death cough, whatever you got going on right there. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that. Whoever that is, make sure that you don't ever come around me. That's that Ebola cough. You need to not be in the den. You need to be at the doctor. You know what I'm saying? Rob, what's the motherfucking deal? Man, see, like I was thinking about Rob when I made this. Let me pull that up, this little thing outside. Man, and you know, I need to do something too because I feel really bad. Yesterday, some folks donated some Benjamins and I did not really get to address what they put in the chat. And so I want to make sure I go back and get that too today. So, you know, because that is very important to me. You know, if you sharing your hard-earned dollars, the least I can do is make sure I share the message to me. Let me see. Here we go. Rob says, "Where are all the real black women at Facebook Live with those ratchet nigga bitches making fun of Malia? Y'all let that shit slide, and that's why society treats black women like shit. When y'all check bitches like that, that's when people know your standard." And I fucking agree. I agree 110% because that shit was some fucking bullshit. And motherfuckers will hang with people like that. Motherfuckers will celebrate people like that and call those type of goofy bitches queen. I'm not with that shit, man. That's trash. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
Josh, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind with tonight's topic?
All right, man. About standards, man. I'm gonna just say, I know, like, for me, it's really just simple with me when it comes to standards and stuff like that. With me, like, I set like very high standards for myself because, like, with me, I have very high goals that I want to meet for myself because I know that, you know, God gives me the ability to wake up in the morning, so it's my job to try to go after those goals each and every day. And really, the main thing about me, like, having standards is pretty much like, my standards is pretty much like for me to set goals for myself, and if I complete pretty much all of them for that day, then I pretty much had a good day. And if I didn't, then I didn't really have a good day in terms of my standards. And above all, like, another thing that I try to do, because most people, they get so caught up in trying to achieve what they want to achieve that they don't really enjoy the moment when it comes. So it's pretty much just trying to achieve your goals, at the same time try to have fun with it as well, because your life could be taken at any moment at any time. So that's what I've been trying to do every day as far as standards go.
Okay, so what's a personal goal that you wouldn't mind sharing with us that you're currently en route to achieving?
All right, personal goal. Of course, since y'all have been in there, I'm in college at UH. So, I mean, at first it's pretty much graduating, which I'm on track to do that. So, update. I'm not sure I said this because. So remember the time I was in the den, I was like, something happened with the school, and I had to make a 3.0 in order to get back to where I need to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I ended up having like a 3.25 this semester, so I'm back on track.
Okay.
And I ended up having an A in that accounting class you was getting on me about. So
Who you cheated off of?
this dude here, we have something called CASA. We actually have to go. People watch us in our every move, and there's cameras in the room. So, I mean, I don't know how you can cheat off anybody in that house. So,
Hey man, where there's a will, there's a way, baby.
how?
No, okay, well, good job on that.
Like
though.
y'all cheat, so therefore, like that, like, I mean, they have to tighten shit up so we can't cheat.
Man.
You was y'all class was cheating all throughout y'all college career, making the school look bad. They had to
Man,
go through extra measures to make sure that didn't happen.
I have
So,
never cheated in any class because I feel like the people around me were goofballs, and I'd rather fuck up on my own than try to copy and cheat off somebody else's fuck ups. I'd rather take an L before I cheat. But that's good that you're back on track for graduation and things like that. If you don't mind me being nosy, what are you trying to get your degree in?
so what you said, like, so what's my, so what you just asked was like, so what am I trying to get my degree in?
Yes.
It's a computer information system, so I'm not sure if you know what that is, but
Yes, I know what that is. Yes, I know
okay.
what
So really, it's that, and pretty much, I mean, they make pretty much good money going in, probably like 70K entry level going in, but that's if you have internships, if you have connections, which I'm working on right now. So after that, I'll try to save up money to create my own app, which I'm not going to get into that because someone probably going to steal that shit. So, and after that, I'm really just trying to be my own. I really just try to create my own app making business on my end. That's really what my short/long term goal is.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, man. I can respect it. I can respect it. You know, it's all right. Go ahead and tell me what it is so I can steal that shit. While you figuring it all out, I'll go ahead and steal that.
Yeah.
I'll give you like 3%.
How would I do that, bro?
Man, you know, 'cause we all friends in the den, man. You know, ain't nobody gonna do nothing bad. You know, I make sure to, you know, once it hits a couple of $1 million, and you know they give me some interviews, and I'll send you a thank you. I'll send you a card and everything, man. You know, to say, hey, I appreciate, you know, Josh giving me the idea and the foundation for me to take this app and you know, live a good life and not have to look back. You know, appreciate that. You know, I mean, you know, that's that gratitude. Gratitude is a motherfucker. Not fucking with you, man. That's a bet though. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, I'm good, man. So really, like, cause I was about to tell you what it was, but then that might since you didn't assist, you good.
Well, I don't want your ideas, man. I don't want you to. If you feel like it's gonna be a gold mine, it's gonna be a winner, man. You stick to that. Keep that shit to yourself because motherfuckers will pilfer your shit and run with it. So, do your thug thing, man.
All right, man. I'm good. I mean, I wasn't gonna do. I was probably gonna hang up, but.
No.
Nah, but thanks for the advice, though. And I'm gonna try not to be all on me like these middle-aged women be complaining about their life, how they fucked up and shit. So it is what it is.
Boy. Take your ass. Go take some summer classes, nigga. Goddamn it. That's a bet, though, Josh. Oh man, shout out to Josh. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, it's Michelle.
Hey, Miss Michelle, how are you doing this evening? What would you like to share with the den this evening?
We're talking about standards, right?
Yes.
It's mostly about being consistent, and it's about following through with your own integrity. That's the thing, is that when we don't follow our own line of integrity, we fail ourselves before we fail everybody else.
Very good.
And there's a lot of parents that don't always have the coping skills because kids don't come with handbooks. We're all learning on the fly. But the point is we all try to do better than our parents did. And by that, then we don't live up to the standard of what's baseline. I also needed a quick shout out that on Wednesday, after a long illness, my husband passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We just finalized funeral arrangements today, and somebody had made mention of the fact that because we were together so long, he might have cheated. Well, the thing is that I don't deal with haters, and I'm okay with that. Just because their life might have went different than mine, I'm good with what I had. It's going to take time. It's healing. But I'm going to keep my integrity. I'm going to keep to my standard. And that's kind of where I have a problem, is because I try to keep mine high.
Yeah.
And I don't let anybody knock me off for that. You know?
Yeah.
Life gets you down, but if you can't roll in with it and stay on the ground, because you don't come out of that. You got to just keep moving forward. And, you know, it's a really sad case with that baby girl, you know, who passed away or was killed. It's so sad that the parents couldn't function like real human beings.
Yeah.
But, yep, just having one of those nights and wanted to call in and, you know, so, but it's going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, hey, we are here. If there's anything we can do, you know, again, like I said, I feel like this is a community, so anything we can do to be of assistance, just if you want to have a conversation, something that you want to talk about, feel free to call in and we can speak on it. And just whatever's on your mind, if you need to vent, there's just whatever it is that we can do to be of assistance, you know, just let us know.
One of the most things I have gratitude for is the diversity, and the ladies in the den, y'all rock. And the guys, y'all rock too. You know, this is kind of what's kept me going this last week and trying to deal with the different things and things like that. So I got to tell you that being able to participate in this has definitely been helpful. So I might be quiet for the next few weeks, but it doesn't mean, like you said, we don't watch. And if you like it, check it.
Yeah. All right.
So.
Well, again, man, I'm extremely sorry to hear that. And, you know, we'll just, whenever you're ready, you know, we're here. Just if it's, you know, I mean, I'm really actually, I feel really bad. I know how that can go. So, but you seem, you know, pretty tough, and, you know,
it was a long time coming. He had a stroke quite a long time ago, and it was hospice and palliative care. So the point is he is no longer in pain, and we all know that when we have loved ones and that time is gone, we can let them go with love.
Yeah.
And as far as standards go, I've got to keep mine up, because I'm dealing with some real ratchet family members, and because they're going wrong and they're doing bad doesn't mean I need to go that route.
Correct.
And that's kind of what we were talking about with standards. Just because somebody else has fallen into the gutter doesn't mean I need to either. So I'll peace out with that. I'll catch you on the line, and y'all have a great night. I'm going to go back to watching on the boards.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the call, Bill.
All right. Night.
Good night. That's tough. That's tough. And the thing about that is, man, we'd have never known. She called and he gave such a great call, and that's tough, man. That's very unfortunate. That's never an easy thing to deal with. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Nah, I shouldn't answer this fucking call. Let me keep you muted anyway. I ain't even got your volume on. I might as well just keep you. I should just hit you with the wrong one. I shouldn't even listen to you. What do you want, Kenneth? What's up?
Oh man, damn, you fucking rude, Honcho. But man,
Hold on, wait, little nigga. I know you ain't talking all this nonsense you been spewing in the chat. Say, man, look. Tell your mom I'm gonna be over after the stream. What you want, nigga?
Cut out the nonsense. But man, nah, man. But I want to talk about this, standards thing.
Okay.
And I want to talk about something that you told me a few months ago, actually.
Yeah.
And I forgot. I can't remember what you said, but it was a then about, I think it was about standards as well. And I forgot what you told me, but it was something in the lines that, you don't need to be settling for, B's. Like, because, I remember that I had got like an 80-some on the test. And you told me, like, that 80 should be a 90. You know what I'm saying? And you told me something to that extent. And y'all was like, man, he kind of right. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be settling for no B's. I should be having an A. And then I told you that I had like a, that I had like a 3-point something on my GPA. And you told me, you know what I'm saying, you need to be having a 4, because, I told you, like, I forgot what I had told you, but I told you that, a lot of the people that I fuck with, they in the 4s, and you told me that you need to be in the 4s with them, like, you don't need to be in the 3s or something, something to that extent and shit, and, and that's why it was to, like, and for a long time, like, I didn't even tune into the den for, like, a few nights and shit, because I was just studying after you told me that. And I was just on my, and also I was like concentrating on football hard because, I kept my standards up. And I was just like, man, I need to make varsity. I don't care what it takes. I need to make that bitch. So that's why for a long time I didn't even stop by the stream, saw sports. Like it was times that I just stayed up till like 2, 3 in the morning just doing homework and studying. And I was just like, man, because that's the standard that I had set for myself at that point. I'm just like, man, I gotta get it. I gotta get it. I don't care what it takes. And it got to the point that, I started losing people around me. You feel me? Like, because, the people around me, they didn't understand it. Like, they thought that I was just being selfish, and, that, all you care about is football, and all you care about is your grades. I'm like, I was like, I mean, you kind of right, you know what I'm saying? But I was just like, I know I'm not tripping. I was just like, man, if you're not going to contribute, you got to go. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, man, because, I got a lot going on. And, if you're not going to be a part of it, if all you're going to do is bitch and moan about what I'm doing, then you don't need to be around me. And that's something that I want to speak on, man. Like, you got to let the people that, that they ain't fucking with you, they not supporting what you got going on, you need to let them go, you feel me? But that's all I want to say, man.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. Let me tell you something, Kenneth. I'm going to give you some good game, man. Especially you still being a young dude and in high school. If you have dreams, if you have aspirations, you have hopes and goals, fuck them people you fucking with in high school. And I'm not saying that to sound like a whole ass nigga or to be on somebody. Look, if you stay stuck on their level, you'll stay stuck in their environment. So that's those people you see, or I don't know if you do see, but there's those people who never leave home, who never do anything different, who never amount to anything better. Those are the people who are worried about everybody around them in that environment. Everybody was what was going on in high school, trying to be popular and all that other stuff. You have a destination, and wherever that may be, wherever it may take you. Well, I give you a hard time just because you get on my nerves sometimes, but you're an all right dude, Kenneth. And so what you got to do is focus on yourself. Be selfish, man. Nobody's going to care for you like self. And so you got to do the things, you got to make the sacrifices now to get to the places that you want to get in the future, And this is something people told me when I was young. I didn't quite listen. And I look back and I can see in the areas where it hindered me. You can be cool with them people, but if they don't want to see you advancing yourself, then they don't have your well-being in mind. So you got to do what you got to do. You got to go forward and do what's best for yourself, man. Because they can't, those people can't get you into college. Those people can't get you a job. They can't do anything for you. You can't live vicariously through them and succeed. So you do what you're doing. You're on the right track, man. And as much as you get on my nerves, I'm actually proud to hear that.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. And like another thing is, bro, like when it was to a point that that I stayed after school, every day I was in the weight room for about an extra 2 hours and shit. And because like I said, I didn't have time to be texting people, to be talking to people, and nothing like that. And they told me like, all you care about is football. Like I said, and I'm just like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like I only got, because I really got school and I got football. There ain't really nothing else that I got. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make the most of what I got in that school and football. And if you don't understand it, then you gotta go. You feel me? But then, I don't know, they just took it the wrong way that I'm being selfish. I'm like, man, I don't really see it. But, they just dipped. And I was just like, it is what it is now. I was kind of mad at it, but I was like, man, I don't got nothing to be mad about. Because, I'm just, cause I feel like I was doing, like I didn't feel like I was tripping, you know what I'm saying? So,
you good. If they don't want to match you, man, if they don't want to match the energy that you putting in, if they don't want to match what you trying to do, then they ain't built for you, man. Look, hey, life is about growth daily, trying to improve daily. And if a person ain't trying to do that, then hey, they gonna be where they at. You'll know where to find them whenever you're ready to chill, because they're gonna be in the same place. So you good.
Yeah. Well, I'm appreciate that, man. I'm gonna hang up and listen.
All right, Kenny.
Oh, and one more thing, Honcho, you owe.
See now, I ain't called Kenneth this in a long time, and I ain't capped on Kenneth in a long time. But we all know Kenneth around here. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all may be familiar with famous pimps like Don Juan and Pimpin' Ken and some of those characters. Well, Kenneth is the opposite of a pimp. Kenneth is a simp. And so around these parts, we call Kenneth Simpin' Ken. Okay? Because Kenneth likes to buy carnations, carry backpacks, be bringing girls fruit, you know what I'm saying, texting them, getting ghosted, you know what I'm saying, all that kind of stuff. So, we try to give Kenneth a little game here. He's a young brother trying to learn. He ain't quite on Roman's level, you know what I'm saying, but he's trying to get there. So, Simpin' Ken, it's always good to hear from you, man. So, there's that. I see the other folks trying to call in, but hey, either way, I'm gonna give Kenneth a hard time, but I am glad to see that, he is achieving better, pursuing and doing better with goals and stuff like that. But talk about standards, talking about, the levels to this. We talked about dating standards, we talked about, child raising standards, we talked about personal standards, and even standards in society. and I think when it comes to personal standards, you can't have, I won't say you can't have dating standards. I mean, you could be a low quality minded individual and have high standards. You may not achieve those if you're having higher expectations out of others than you have for yourself. For some people it works, I guess. But the majority of people, I think you got to start with self. And that's going all the way back to the call that Ms. V. Darko initiated with. You gotta set some standards. And you wonder, how do you do that? Well, what you have to do is sit down and look at it and understand, what is it that I really want to achieve? What is it that I can do to improve? And what is it that I can do to step up a notch, at what I'm doing? With this, like here on YouTube, Prepaid made a comment a couple of days back, and then he actually made a couple of weeks back when I first started thinking about it. And he was talking about going all in. And so I've been trying to commit to doing that a little bit more. And I mean, when I talk about you see results almost immediately, it's like things started changing. And I appreciate the text message, Prepaid. I didn't respond back to you, but I mean, I did see that, and I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, once that started changing, and it's unfortunate, again, the situation that it had to be discussed, but it was still something that I was talking about anyway. But it brings new people in, and become a part of this conversation, become a part of this community. Because I don't really look at the Den like a channel. I look at it like a conversation. It's more about you. It's about y'all. It's about y'all calling in, sharing your thoughts, and us being able to bounce ideas off one another. And I think that's very important, to hear real people and how they really feel. But like I said, there was two people showed some love last night, and I didn't get a chance to read that, and I wanted to make sure I showed them the love for dropping those digits. So as soon as I start talking, I'm gonna get to them. I'm gonna get to them one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? Already, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the Den this evening?
Hey, what's good, man? It's T Money again, man.
Already, T, what's on your mind, man?
Man, what's up? I was thinking about, I was listening to previous callers, and then just the topic that we on. Like, when it comes to standards, I feel like, yeah, you have to set high standards for yourself, but I also feel like you have to be realistic and realize that it's a progress, it's a progression to reach those type of standards that you're trying to reach. You know what I'm saying? I think we get so caught up in the standard that you can feel like you're so high and mighty that you forget that it's a progression, that you have to reach that level. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard like how you say it's levels to it. Yeah, and to reach new levels, you have to pass the test. You know what I'm saying? Like when you trying to reach new heights, you have to pass those levels and set realistic goals for yourself to achieve those standards. That's kind of how my thoughts are on standards when it comes to, like, all types of standards. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, like, for me, like, when the standards, like, you know what I'm saying, me being black or whatever, like, a standard for me was, like the job that I currently do, I'm a truck driver.
Yeah.
So, my standard is, like a standard I set for myself when I started truck driving was to get out and meet different races of people and actually learn, you know what I'm saying, not be stuck in the same mindset of just nigga shit, you know what I'm saying, like on some real thing, some real shit, you know what I'm saying, like meeting different people from all different types of races and talking to them to see how they feel about different things, you know what I'm saying. So, because if I raise my standard of like talking about different things and learning about different things, then I can adapt to different situations and learn these situations, you know what I'm saying. But I'm also realistic and in my situation, and still being a black man in America, you know what I'm saying. Like as I'm learning those things, that's just like a standard that I got for myself or whatever. But that's all I want to add to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? You just have to be realistic as far as reaching your goals and achieving those. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Man, and I agree with you, man. And what you said was real wise, man, because that's a problem that I think we do have, especially in the black community, is we are our own echo chamber. So we'll continue to repeat and say some shit without really having that experience and seeing, what's going on the outside, that certain things that we always think, oh, it's because of this or because of that. When in reality, you'll be surprised how many people in other races are extremely similar, have similar experiences or what's going on. And so, like you said, being able to go out and see it from a different perspective, it helps you perceive things better, man. I think that's a very wise thing, man. You're a smart young man.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, man. That's all I got, man. I'll let some more callers call in, listen, and if I want to add in, I'll call back in, man.
All right, appreciate it, T-Money.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. Shout out to T-Money. Okay, we got a few truck drivers in the den, man. And what he said, and this is why I like the den so much, because, you know, we've been accused of, oh, this is a black channel here. And hey, look, yes, I'm looking. It's a lot of, let's take this call and we'll come back to that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's good, Honcho? It's prepaid.
Prepaid. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind this evening, man?
Man, I'm gonna take a different approach, man, because you know, last night, you know, we're talking about Malia, and you know, a lot of people in the chat, you know, were saying stuff like, well, you know, in the black community, well, you know, T'Challa said what she said, and she, you know, she ruffled a few feathers, but what she was saying was a fact. And a lot of people were saying, well, in the black community, you know, a lot of these mothers don't know how to be good mothers, or they don't know how to be, you know, to raise their kids the right way. And I think that's bullshit. And this is the reason why. You know what I'm saying? When I had kids, it's gonna sound funny. When I had kids, these are my only kids. You feel me? Mm-hmm. There ain't I didn't read no books. There wasn't no take home manual, no shit like that. Yeah. But I knew what was right and what's wrong. Mm-hmm. I knew the fucked up shit that I had to deal with growing up as a kid. I know I didn't want to put my kids through that shit. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to have all the greatest tools around you to build and lay down this foundation. You are a single father, or, you know what I'm saying, you got a baby mama, or you have a wife, whatever, or your girlfriend, whatever the case may be. You don't know how to be a good father. You don't know how to be a good husband. It's very simple. Don't be like the nigga who you hate. Yeah. If you hate your father and that nigga wasn't around, or he was doing fucked up shit, just don't do what he did. Yeah. By simply going away from that rubric, I guarantee you're going to raise your kids the right way. Exactly. But continue to stick in the same cycle, you know what I'm saying? If you grew up in the projects, man, listen, one thing about me, I don't never talk down or condone anybody who grew up hard. I grew up hard, bro. I struggled growing up. But if you're going to repeat that same cycle, fam, that's the fucking problem right there. If you grew up in the house, lights getting cut off, water getting cut off, you ain't never got cable, you got family members who got rats and roaches and shit like that, bruh, you know that ain't the way you're supposed to be living. So if you got the opportunity to change your surroundings and raise your standards, the only crime in this whole thing is to continue to live that way. If your family lives off the government and you are 20 years later doing the same fucking thing, that's the failure. Because coming into that shit as a kid, I don't hold you accountable for that shit. But if you're going to repeat that same cycle, that's where the problem comes in, bruh. That's the failure of this whole situation. You know what I'm saying? That's the manifested problems within our community. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Majority of, I can't speak for the younger generation, but Honcho, me and you about the same age, so we can say this. Yeah. When we got to a certain age, our parents really couldn't teach us anything anymore. They couldn't really go over our homework. It was too sophisticated to them. Correct. You know what I'm saying? Now, you got a little one. I got kids. If we going over our kids' homework and this shit just leaves us and we can no longer help out, your next step is obviously say, shit, well, I need to educate myself on what the fuck these kids are learning. Exactly. You don't just say, well, shit, I guess, well, I can't help out, so I'm going to just go ahead and go into the room and go watch Love and Hip Hop, Miami. Right. That's not how this shit works. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. It's a younger generation. Being a new father, a new mother, being, you know what I'm saying, a new wife, a new husband. Bro, ain't no rubric to this shit. Ain't no book. They ain't got no little juice you can drink, none of that shit. But if you've been seeing fucked up shit your whole life and come from that struggle, all you gotta do is not do the same shit. Straight up. Do not repeat any of the shit you've seen in the past that was fucked up. And if you just do that one simple thing, I guarantee you're gonna lay on a foundation for success. I'm not telling you you're gonna be the richest person in the neighborhood. What I am going to tell you is you ain't going to be the poorest person in the neighborhood. I'm not telling you you're going to have the happiest marriage. What I am going to tell you is that you're not going to have the worst marriage. I'm not telling your kids gonna be the smartest kids in the classroom. What I'm guaranteeing you is that if you stick with this shit I'm telling you, your kids will be nowhere close to the bottom. Now the rest of the shit is up to them. If you give them that foundation, the next step is up to them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just me, bro. That's just how I view life, and that's just the standard that has to be laid down. Because the fact of the matter is, if your kids are doing better in school than you were doing, their kids might fuck around and be number one in the class. Hell, your own kids might take the next step. You never know. But one thing I do know is if we just keep repeating the same perpetual cycle, we're going to keep getting the same fucked up ass results. And y'all gonna keep making the same fucking excuses, and we ain't gonna get no motherfucking where.
Exactly.
If it's 26, if it's year 2050, 2060, and niggas is still talking about the effects of slavery and what they going through, we failed ourselves.
Right.
We have fucking failed ourselves.
Right.
If niggas still talk about somatic oppression in 2050, with all the opportunity in front of us, we failed ourselves. If niggas still talking about how no good they baby mama is in 2050, we have literally failed ourselves. And I pray that we are making the necessary steps as a people, as a community, to not be still dealing with that same shit moving forward. That's it for me, man. Y'all be blessed. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, y'all take a little bit of what I'm saying and go in one ear and stay there for a while before it go out the other. Y'all be blessed.
I really appreciate the call, man. And something he said, man, because like I say, look, I had to go get me a little book because I've been rusty. I've been out the game a little bit, but I went and got me a little book to get my basic. Well, I mean, you know, you still most of the stuff. I'm surprised how much I still actually remember, but just refreshing, getting your math game back up. Because like I said, I know I told y'all I had a truck driver teaching one of my math. I had a first year teacher in one of my math classes in high school. We had paper ball fights more than we took tests. This nigga would get at his desk sometimes and be like, man, I fell off a mountain this weekend. My girlfriend dumped me this weekend. My cat died. I just really don't feel like teaching today. And he'd put a fucking trash can on his desk to cover his face and tell us to have paper ball fights or do whatever we want to. Like that was the class. And so, you know, and I'm like, man, I know I'm not all the way A1 on my math game, so let me go ahead and tighten some things up so that I can contribute, I can explain, I can, you know. So what he said was ideal. There is no book. There is no, you know, when you get these books and stuff that they tell you about parenting, this is somebody else's opinion, okay? This is someone else's opinion. And you can choose to use that opinion if you want to, but you know what you've been through. Oh, sorry about the ringing in your ears. Or you can just, like you said, don't do the bullshit that you experienced. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Ellen.
Ellen,
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing, Ellen? What would you like to drop in the den tonight?
Okay, we're talking about standards.
Yes.
And to be honest, standards for some people, a lot of people, is very, very hard. And the main thing people need to know, you have to set your own standards, okay? You can't, somebody say, oh, you need to go get a BMW. If you can't afford a BMW, you know, standards cover a whole lot. Can't nobody else pick a partner for you, you know? Standards is very, very hard for some people when you really break it down, because they're listening to people who they think is giving them good advice, and because of the way they're living. It's really, really hard. You have to set standards for yourself.
I agree. So let's say somebody has some standard. Do you think that if somebody maybe like, say the BMW, say that was a goal, do you think that if they truly want that can be a motivational tool to up their standards, to maybe work harder or to set better goals for themselves?
Okay. The fact of the matter is, I get accused of this all the time. You should drive a BMW. You should drive I don't want a BMW. You know, I want the cheapest car that's going to get me on these raggedy roads. Okay, and that's my standard. I want a brand new car every 3 years, and I want the cheapest brand new car that'll get me through these roads. I don't want a BMW. So it depends on what the standard, a person's standard is. And I'm not going to be paying I don't even know how much BMWs cost, $1,000 car note and maintenance and upkeep and all this other kind of mess, and not have any doggone money just to be riding around on these raggedy streets. So standards are very, very hard for some people. And I'm just saying, when people are telling you things, and the people are so, how you say, peer pressure and all this, and then they let them get them in situations by listening to them, that's their standard. That's not your standard. You have to figure out a standard for yourself. And unfortunately, people depend on other people's advice and their standards, and they get in situations. Main thing, can't no one pick a partner for you. If you are with a person, okay, and you're in they're in a abusive relationship, how can they pick a partner for you?
Right.
How could you even listen to them? How could you even go to them for advice? And then you hear, oh, well, so-and-so got me with this man. No, so-and-so didn't get you with this man. So standards is confusing. I hope people, and then they want to argue with you about it. You say, well, you living in a house, you don't have to have roaches. I don't have your money. Get out of here. That's crazy. And they try to make excuses for the reason why they're not doing any better. It's hard. And I hate to see people, you try to talk to them and tell them, how they could do better. Like earlier they were saying, make a list of what you want. And then they put the paper down and they can't even think of anything to put on it. Mm-hmm. It's really, really sad. It's really, really sad.
Ms. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what if the city ups their standards and fixes the raggedy streets? Then do you get that BMW?
No. Like I'm a quantity person over what people say is quality. My car, I have a Hyundai Tucson 2016. I'm getting ready to get me a new one. I'm going to a different brand. It gets me around just as good as these doggone expensive cars. I just don't see. To me, this is just me spending all that money for something that's going to get me to the same doggone place that my Tucson gets me. That's my standard. I never wanted a Cadillac or all these. I'm not for name brands, okay? I just want new and get me where I need to go for the cheapest amount possible because I have other things I want to do with my money.
Okay. Can't fault you for that. All right.
And that's why I say standards is hard because everybody's what their standard is. You say set your standard high. I think I have very high standards, but I'm not interested in name brand trinkets and the other things that people go for.
I can understand that. Again, like you said, you have to choose your own standards and you have to know what it is that you truly want. But you said something about telling somebody to make a list and they can't put anything down. It makes me think of a story, or not necessarily a story, but an encounter I had with a cousin of mine a few years back. And he had this car, and it was an okay car, but he would always do little weird shit to call himself customized. Do just weird shit to it. And my thing to him is because it was at this time, it was probably in our mid to late 20s. And I'm like, man, don't you want to get you a place to stay? Maybe an apartment or, all this stuff you're doing to your cars, but you should be doing to your apartment or doing, getting out on your own.
Yeah, and you're still living at home with your mama.
Yeah.
Yes,
And what he said to me was, man, I've never even thought about that. And I'm like, how at the age of, I want to say, let's say it's probably about 26. I'm like, how at the age of 26 have you never thought about living on your own, but you want to put Xboxes and curtains and all this other weird shit in a 2-door car where you don't have any room to do all this shit. But you've never thought about actually having some space and living on your own and having your own thing, And so again, I understand what you're saying about people who don't even realize that they have low standards.
Yeah, and another thing, a big one is how you get the monies. Okay, all money is not good money. Okay, and if you out there dealing drugs, doing, illegal things and everything to get your money, I don't care how much money you have. I don't want to be bothered with you. All money is not good money. Okay, you may could live good off of that, but it was illegal gain, and I'm not interested. So I could be considered having a low standard for my way of thinking about that. But it's my way of thinking. And I'd rather work and earn my doggone money in a legal fashion to get money in an illegal fashion and got to be looking over my shoulder every minute.
Correct. Absolutely. I can agree with
So
that.
standards, basically, I'm just saying standards could go either way. It's very hard. It's very hard. But the bottom line is you have to make standards for yourself. And I always tell people, just sit down and think about what you want out of life. And don't let no one persuade you or deter you from that. And that's a standard right there.
Correct.
You start there, and then each year you build on that, and you'll bring your standards up, and get some do some attainable things first before you reach for the brass ring. Do some attainable things, because if you reach for the brass ring and you come short, it's going to do something to your psyche. So reach for attainable things first and accomplish things and grow and grow and grow.
I agree with that absolutely. Because I think when you approach it from that method and you set yourself several attainable goals and you get that feeling of accomplishing that, it builds that confidence. It builds that understanding of what it takes, as opposed to, I want this, this big far off thing in the distance, and I make this big leap and you fall, well short. Then, like you said, it kind of degrades you. It impacts the way you think, and it makes you kind of go back to that mentality. Oh, well, I didn't deserve it. I shouldn't have done this, or I shouldn't have done that, and you end up not pursuing those goals. You give up. So I agree with you. Attainable standards, levels to it. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, and another thing we have a problem with is accepting responsibility. If you go for something and you don't achieve it, you want to blame somebody else, blame the system, blame this. Accepting responsibility, that goes along with setting standards. You have to accept responsibility for your actions,
Exactly.
Okay, well, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you for calling, Miss Ellen. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Adios. Man, she was spot on. A lot of things like that. And even that's kind of along the lines of what T Money said. That you have to take steps. You have to gradually get to, before you got to crawl before you walk. That's the easiest way to put it. If you ain't making $10 a day, you can't start talking about I want to make $10,000 a day. You go from 10 to 20 to 50 to 100 to, and increase. And once you know that, hey, I can do this consistently, those next goals start becoming more and more attainable, because okay, well, I was only making 10 and I doubled my input to get to 50. Okay, well, if I up the game just a little bit more, then I can get to 1,000 or whatever else it may be. And so you definitely have to do that. Let me read these text messages before we get another call in, but I'm sure that it will happen. Culture that said over 200 viewers. This was from last night. Culture, don't forget to support the stream, guys. Justice will be done. And Soul Better said, I'm for the right. So even if Quanex sank his moral dirt pond when his turn comes, and it says, and much thanks to what he's done in reference to the beautiful angel Malia Davis. So absolutely, I know some people are still upset, Quanell this and this. Hey man, he did what he had to do in that situation, and I'm not mad at him. I'm not a fan of the majority of things that he's done, but in those actions that he did to get this case moving forward, nobody else, I don't think, would have had access to it like that or been able to make those things happen. So I definitely agree with that. But going back to what Rob said, because Rob has really started the Standard Foundation here a couple of weeks back. And I said, he was talking about it, I want to know your thoughts on this. He said, where are all the real black women on Facebook Live with those ratchet digger bitches that are making fun of Malia? Y'all let that slide, and that's why society treats black women like shit. When y'all check bitches like that, that lets people know your standard. Is that something that we need to start doing more so in our communities, is checking or dismissing or getting away from those who may be in your environment, who may look like you, who bring a bad representation to people who are similar to you. You know, there's a bad representation to, if you can talk about the black community, let's say a bad representation to the black community. If you're talking about women, as Roman mentioned, you know, one of the number one women artists right now is a former stripper, and she's still out there showing her titties and her hoo-ha all on the gram and all. And she's supposed to be a mother, right? You know, but we call certain people like this queen and all this, but is this your queen? You flashing the pussy to the peasants? You know, flashing the titties out there to the peasants for attention? Black folks, you know, we talk about certain people that we put at the top of the pedestal. We'll listen to entertainers. We'll listen to all these other people, you know, who have done a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But then we'll say that Robert Smith needs to do more. He's not doing good enough because even though he's a billionaire, we'll get mad at him. People are mad at, somebody mentioned interracial, black men, white women, I think earlier in the stream, but I didn't get to touch on that. I saw people who were mad at Robert Smith, a billionaire, who nobody knew before Morehouse. But then after the Morehouse thing, people were mad at him because he had a white wife. Didn't know him before and didn't give a damn about him. But after that donation, they cared. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello. Miss Rashida. How you doing, Miss Rashida?
I'm doing good. How are you?
No complaints. You know, so what would you like to talk about this evening?
You just asked why we don't check them, the ratchet people. Who gonna check them?
You gonna check them?
Hell no, they can fight shit. Jump on me, beat my ass.
So then what do you have to do? Do we have to, if we're not going to check them because we don't want to get caught up in their mind state, the physical violence that
I'm
could
not going to do nothing. Y'all can get together and check them shit. But once we start checking their behavior, we have to start checking everybody's behavior in the black community.
I'm with it.
There's a lot of other people that's on some bullshit too.
I'm with it, man. Hey, look, I'm from the Checkahoe tribe. You know what I'm talking about?
not just the women. We need to check the men too. It's these deadbeat dads out here.
No, it's hoe ass men too.
I mean, everybody got to be round up and checked.
Yeah, it's how go for men and women.
You can't pick and choose the behavior we gonna check. If people gonna get checked, check everybody.
Well, I got to chickity check myself before I wreck myself. Look, if I check myself, I'm willing to check anybody else. Everybody can get checked. You can go full blown Nike up in here. Just do it. Appreciate the love, sweet Barry. Thank you. I'm gonna keep pushing. I appreciate from the support, like viewers like y'all, man. Y'all make this so worthwhile. Y'all make this so enjoyable to do this every night. So I thank y'all for the support, and it's great. Say we should be checking the men first, and I agree with that. I can agree with that.
And I agree with that. If we set the foundation right and have the quality men in the community and in the houses, then we probably wouldn't have these ratchets out here. What is their behavior is for what? What are they trying to do? Attract.
Yeah, I agree with that. If men stop fucking with the ratchets and stop encouraging the trash behavior and start choosing more quality women, see what happens is if the ratchets can't breed, you can't breed more ratchets. And so eventually, they disappear, or people are going to go where the attention is. So if men start giving all their attention to quality women who were doing well for themselves, who were business minded or more motherly or things like that, instead of the ones who got half their ass cheek hanging out while they at the grocery store or any of this other stuff, and they gave attention
they always seem to end up the ones pregnant in the summer.
Hey, it's hot, man.
I ain't telling no lies. Now in the summertime, you see all the rats and hood rats out there with their stomach poking out and everything.
That's tough, man. That's tough. But yeah, that's true. But you're not lying, And look, I'm just saying, look. It be a little hot in the summer. You're out on the streets, especially if you're in that culture. You're on the block. It's hot on the block. Your crotch gets sweaty. You're trying to find a place to put something. Next thing you know, you got a ratchet pregnant. Everybody lost their mind. Summertime. What is it that the summertime does to people? The killings go up. The pregnancies go up. Everything just. What is it about the summertime that just is it frying people's brains? Like, what is happening? What is going on?
That I don't know. I'm gonna have to disagree with Danny though, because she said quality men don't mess with hood rats. There's a lot of them married for hood rats and women that will have promiscuous past. So let's not push that narrative out there like that.
Do you think so? You think they married him, or do you think they fucking with him
Hell
and sitting them on back where they
yeah.
at? Okay, who's the
are
qual?
the Instagram? Who are the ones in the Instagram DM?
Man, but they not marrying him. They might fly him out for a weekend and then they dismiss him. See,
Well,
they quality because that's why they don't take no pictures with him. You know what I'm
they
saying?
still dealing with them, though.
Yeah, but
They
they
still dealing with them, though.
yeah, okay. But see, but this is the thing though. They dealing with him, but they putting a ring on a decent one. So they look at that's what the hood.
But
That's why they only getting the bag with no money in it.
But when other women see that's what the men are attracted to, then how can you tell them that's not what you should be? If that's what's causing the attraction. You
right.
can't say one thing and do another, because if they wasn't getting that kind of attention and everything, then I think you would definitely see a change in the attitude and everything.
Okay, I mean, you're right about that. But you know,
Because if ghetto ratchet wasn't attracting anything, it wouldn't still be a thing, in my opinion.
but I mean, do you think that it's really them that they're attracted to, or the ease of access?
No matter what it is, it's working. They getting the attention, even if it's negative or positive, they still doing it. How many of these ballers or whatever got ghetto ratchet baby mom? Plenty of them.
Pull out game weak.
Exactly, or something. They got trapped, or well, I don't know. But I'm just saying, it's working.
Yeah, they
And
trying
it's
to.
working. It's working.
They trying to convert Aisha. Well, that's tough.
But
I mean,
anyway, back to the topic about standards. I just think that everybody has to set their own standards, and I don't think you should deter from your standards. That's how you end up unhappy. You setting your standards for a reason, and if somebody don't want to meet your standards, then they need to keep moving.
okay. So, do you think it's really a lot of low standard people that are actually out there being the ones that's hooking up, and that's why this is happening?
Yeah, I do think more people just interested in hooking up nowadays than actually investing time in relationships and trying to get to know each other.
That's tough.
Because a lot of men, they so cheap nowadays, they don't even want to take you out on a date. They just want to Netflix and chill.
Hey, we're not finna bring that back up tonight. Look, we ain't even finna go there. We
Oh, you know I'm gonna play.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. We look, hey, you know the dating game to change. You know, y'all see this. What y'all got to do then? If y'all want more dates and those kind of things, y'all got to start calling out these meal hustlers who ain't even had no intention. They just trying to get a free snack and then go right back. You know,
The Applebee's 2 for $20 is not really doing that much. I mean, these men out here lying on Instagram. Oh, I spent $80 on a date and she didn't give me none. First of all, you only spend about $40 because her meal probably only costs about $40. You spend $40 plus tip. Come on now.
Man.
If you crying over $80, if you gonna cry over $80, just stay your broke ass at home. Period.
I don't know, man. See, you making these
And then
investments.
what woman want to feel like she's obligated to sleep with a man because he spent $40? Come on now.
All right, man. You know, look. You know.
I mean, they buy you one $10 drink in the club and think you supposed to go home with them.
Hey, you know all I'm saying? Hey, you know, Backpage used to have them $40 specials.
Well, if that's the route you want to take, then hey, go for it.
Yeah, you go. You got $40 in a doctor bill. You fuck with that if you want to. Man, what's the motherfucking deal, man? But my thing is this, right?
I'm taking that penicillin. That's on them.
Hey, you know, if they feel like it's worth it. I saw something the other day, right? But this is what I'm saying. Like when we talk about standards, this is deviating just a little bit. But y'all know how we do it at the end. Sometimes we deviate a little bit. We try to get back on track. I saw a young woman, and she posted a picture with this dude. I guess they went out for pizza or something like that. And basically, the pizza actually looked pretty damn good. I wonder where they went. But she's like, look at this dude. He really think he got a chance with me. I basically got a free meal off him. I ain't fucking with him, this, and this. And she took a picture of the dude. The dude, he looked a little awkward, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But I still was focused on that pizza. Pizza looked damn good. She wasn't all that herself. Honestly, she looked damn near like the dude with a wig on, honestly. But you know, she capping, yeah, I got a free pizza out the deal or whatever. You know, this dude think he go,
Oh, I think I saw that.
yeah.
I think I saw that. She was just being extra for whatever reason. I don't know why, but you know.
So
It ain't that serious.
I'm a dirty man. Sometimes I can be a little dirty. Hey, you know, I clean up nice. But so like, but that kind of behavior, somebody's
But he
encouraging that
was
kind of
kind
behavior.
of ugly. He was ugly, but she was ugly too. So I don't even know why she tried to go in on my man, because I couldn't tell, like you said, if she was a man or a woman. So she really should have just stayed in her lane and ate that pizza and been thankful, and not tried to go in on him.
I mean, straight up. But that's the thing. But so maybe he was making a kind gesture and trying to be nice. But we talked about that because a lot of women said when we had those what men want, what women want conversations, that
First of all, Josh, don't ask me no damn questions, because me and you don't click. I would not never answer none of your questions. I don't like you. Stay on your side of the den, and I stay on my side of the den. Now back to what you were saying. Continue.
wait. But like I'm saying, so maybe this guy was a nice dude and he's doing something nice for her. Do you not think that that's the kind of behavior that
Josh,
makes
your
men?
broke ass can't even afford to take nobody on a date. You ain't even had a woman. You still a virgin and a nerd. So what is you talking about? Don't get me started on you, because I was cool in here tonight. You know my damn nerves. I was trying to tap at somebody.
Oh, look, Rashida put there work. She holding down the moderation duties and holding down the call. That's what I'm talking about. So my thing is, but like, okay, but do you not think that women like that are the ones that turn men into the behaviors that they have now? You know, because I think when we had the what men want, what women want conversation, a lot of dudes said, hey, you know, I started out as a nice guy, but I had experience after experience after experience with women, and then I started behaving a different way.
You know what? It is a lot of nice guys that get turned into bad guys because they have bad experiences. But it's about the way you choose. If you choose better, you do better. Stop looking on the outside. You know what I'm saying? Take that time. Take her out on a few dates. A date don't even have to be expensive. It's about getting to know that person. And that's where people have lost touch at. It's more about, oh, I'm trying to get some sex off a date instead of actually investing that time. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, you can go on a coffee date. You can, it should be just about talking and having fun. That's what's missing out of dating, having that fun.
Okay.
Like back in the day, a man would take you out, and, you'll go to, just go out to enjoy yourself. It wasn't about how much money he was spending. And, I'm just speaking from my perspective. Maybe you would be have an ulterior motive, but it just seemed more about just trying to get to know you, having fun, having a good time, Now it's about, am I going to get some sex at the end of the night? She ordered an extra appetizer with the She done had, look, they be like, she done had 2 drinks. I know I'm going to get some now. I mean, come on now.
I'm just saying, hey, them 2 drinks, depending on what kind of drinks you're getting, hey, I'm just saying, depending on where you're at, hey, look, you going all out, so I guess I'm gonna be going all in, that's what, nah, but I feel you, but even now, so, again, you have a lot of people who go on these dates and have these adventures, but you say conversation is key, but, nowadays more people are in their damn phone and shit than anything.
And you know what? I think ruin dating is speed dating and all this other kind of stuff. How you gonna get to know somebody in this little bit of time? Like stop microwaving everything. We need to go back to the old ways. I think things will last longer. Cause it seems like relationships are just they barely exist. Shit.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it is. Like I say, I'm a firm believer conversation rule a nation. Shit, conversation can change the situation. But, people ain't with it no more. People are not with it. And it's, like you said, the microwave generation, and you get it quick, fast, it don't really taste good. Don't shit come out the microwave good, but popcorn, you know what I'm saying? And that shit be kind of questionable. I heard that shit fuck around and give you cancer nowadays, so you got to be careful with that, too.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel you. I feel you. I can't disagree with you much, Miss Rashida. I'm trying to apply some pressure. I ain't got nothing for you tonight. I can't.
That's what I'm thinking at real. Shit, ain't nothing you can do with the real but agree and move on. I mean, hey, it is what it is.
But still, look, I'm just saying though. So you telling me if I get attacked by a rat, you ain't got my back, you can't handle that for me because as a man, I can't hit no women, so you ain't gonna check them for me.
Oh, I'm gonna do that for you, but
Okay.
I'm just saying on the strength of just out here, nah. But
I don't blame you because man, fucking with him, you get into some shit. You try to de-escalate a simple
right.
situation, they blow the shit up.
Cause they like to fight. Shit, they got way more experience fighting.
Well, they like Mike Tyson in his prime shit. Yeah, they love that shit. So I can't blame you. I can't fault you for that one. Okay.
Exactly. But the bottom line is just set the standards that's gonna work for you. Nobody else has to live your life. You have to live it.
Okay.
And too many people judge people by their standards. Because you feel like you want a BMW, the next person don't have to feel like they want a BMW. If they happy with whatever they got, then hey, let them be happy.
Word.
Oh, but you know what? One thing I want to speak on, then I'm gonna go. I want to speak on welfare right quick.
Okay.
Now, welfare has been a downfall of black people. That's how I feel.
Okay.
Because it was set up. I feel like it's supposed to be like a stepping stone to help you temporarily until you can do better. But people have used that as a lifestyle instead of like surviving off of that and made it like a comfortable life. I guess they're comfortable because they don't want to get off of it. So and then they kids see that behavior and feel like, well, mama be dancing on the first because she get her check. So when the first come and I get old enough, I'm gonna give me a check,
Right.
So I mean, you can't fault people necessarily for their environment, and then that's all they see around, and everybody getting checks on the first ain't doing nothing for the check.
Right.
It just creates a environment of laziness, really.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
So how we gonna get past that?
I think it goes back to that. Like you said, men having better standards, not getting involved with women like that who are seeking that to be their main primary goal. You got to start dealing with women who want better for themselves, who carry themselves better. Not the women who are out there just trying to, get a little raw dick and live up off the government check. So I think that's the case. I mean, once you start disassociating yourselves from those types, eventually their numbers will dwindle, and I think more quality folks will increase.
Hi there.
And I think more men definitely need to have more active roles in helping to raise these kids because the way it's going, it ain't looking too good,
Yeah.
I mean, if you know that the mother of your child is ratchet, ghetto, then you should definitely be taking a more active role in the child life. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. But it's a lot of moms out there that make it hard for good men. They make it real hard, and but you gotta. I mean, when you did the dirty deed, you planted that seed. You know what I'm saying? That's something you chose to deal with. Yeah. So I agree with you.
DeMarcus, don't nobody give a shit about Josh reporting nobody. Josh can report whatever the hell he want to report.
Already. Anything else you'd like to add to that, Miss Rashid?
No. You got any more questions for me?
No, ma'am. I think that's all I got for now.
Lady Licious, I believe he does have a coochie, and I'm gonna end on that note.
Oh, Already. That's a
See,
bit.
I tried to be nice. Really did try to be nice, but
They brought the
it
fin
is what
out.
it is.
You was just cruising. The shark. Sometimes the sharks don't always. The fin comes up when they start hunting. When the sharks be cruising, the fin be kind of leaning. They just be chilling. When they just minding their business. You say you didn't even poke the shark. The fin and popped up. Dun dun, and then you start hearing that music.
But you know what? That's the problem with a lot of these young men. They are too spoiled and everything, and they act feminine. They have feminine ways about them and want to sit up and argue with women. That's why we need more men in the home, because these young men are acting like women nowadays with they little tight skin jeans and little flower shirts and everything.
Hold on, not so much on the fly. Hey, look, I like to get my old school player pimp on. I might want to rock me a little Hawaiian flower shirt. Get my sugar daddy mode on. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. So you say skinny jeans and flower shirts? That ain't it. That ain't the way these days.
Hey, V, I know I told everybody that I was working on me, but yeah, I'm still a work in progress. But I be slipping up. But I'm gonna get back on track. I know I've been wrong tonight, but it is what it is.
That's funny.
All right, take care, everybody. I'm gone.
All right, Miss Rashid, appreciate the call.
No problem. Bye-bye.
All right. Love you, man. Woo, Francis, how you doing? Welcome to the den. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. I know we talk about snitching and things like that. And Josh, stop snitching. Straight up, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he did lose. I thought somebody was in there trolling. There go that check. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, man, Joshua been running from while everybody else, the Brits can say what they want to over there in the UK. I fucks with y'all, but he been running. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hey, what's up, man? This is Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Dan, how you doing this evening?
Hey, what's up, man? I called you a few days ago. I was going to just call back in, and you're talking about standards tonight?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are none, not anymore. Yeah, that day's dead. It's gone. It evaporated in the wind. And I'll tell you why. Well, I put in the comments, one of the starts of it was social media. And social media just totally just took relationships, just turned it on its head. Because if you were going to cheat on someone, it was so hard back in the day. And it'd be only someone that worked. But now it's like so easy to do like real heinous ratchet shit because everyone's connected to everybody. So we're more distant from each other. And someone else in the comments, I think it was Louis, some Roman numerals, he mentioned that like it's just we're way more distant now because of social media, which is kind of the opposite point of it. And like I'm at a hospital right now. I'm still in the Navy. I'm at a hospital, and like every 5 minutes, people walking like to from work in the streets. I'm in San Diego. Just everyone's looking at their phones, walking in the middle of the street, looking at their phones. Probably on Facebook or Instagram or some shit. And it's like everyone's just warped into their phones. Like when I first entered the Navy, like I was taught like don't be on your phone, you're supposed to be working. And I still do that shit now. I'm only on my phone for something important. I'm in the gym. You know, that's it. I don't got time to be all chatting 90 motherfuckers. Or if someone calls me, it's important. That's it. But social media is just like warped human relationship dynamics. And not just with, boyfriend, girlfriend, what have you. Like family relationships too, friends, strangers. It's all just different. So I think that lowers standards because it's easier to get what you want. It's easier to talk to someone like in another state that you might think looks good. I mean, just that makes it easier for people to just like stray in terms of that part of standards with relationships. And as for someone mentioned the thing about black people. I think it was the previous caller and welfare and stuff like that. See, this was seen a long time ago. People saw this coming. And there's this politician called, I believe, Daniel Moynihan. Back in the 60s or 70s, he made this report called The Negro Family, A Cause for Concern. Around this time, they hosted the Civil Rights Act,
where it benefits black people who are after the civil rights marches and stuff. I mean, yeah, I know you're aware of that.
Yeah.
And he said that like there was already an issue where that there'd be less fathers in the home, and how this would increase disorder in the Negro family. And 50 years later, he was right. Now, when this report came out, people were hating on him, saying you're a racist, this, and this.
Yeah.
But he was absolutely right, because back in the '60s, the black family was say 15 to 20% single parents.
Yeah.
Now it's 70 plus.
Yeah.
So what happened in between then and now? Like, that is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know.
I 100% agree with that, man. I 100% agree with that about the welfare cause of that situation.
Yeah. It just I ain't gonna take too much of your time. I just wanted to put that out about that report. And someone said trying to change people. I know you mentioned like trying to just I don't want to say breed like we're animals. Some of us act like animals, but just like habitat with people that have a like mindset, that don't live above their means, not trying to stunt on social media, so on and so forth. And I don't think after a while you can change people. You got to get them when they're young, like tobacco companies do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to get people when they're young, man. Because after a certain point, like a lot of these dudes out here, and I'm speaking right now, I can't speak for white people, I can't speak for Asian people, Hispanics. I can only speak for what I've seen in the black community.
Mm-hmm.
You have to start young. You got to get them while they're young. But here's the thing, though. If you say a teacher in an inner city, you can be like Michelle Pfeiffer in Dangerous Minds and shit, helping the darkies out and all that other shit.
Okay.
But the minute they go home, they got some ratchet woman all up in this shit. You ain't shit just like your daddy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing this.
Yeah.
And you got them little hood rats outside. Saying, hey, let's go break in these car windows, all this other shit. So in the house disorder. When they go right outside the house of disorder, because their friends got the same situation, ain't no order in the household. Then when they go to school, and you got this overworked, underpaid teacher, they get mad at them. Why not they just failing? But you never show up to a PTA meeting.
Exactly.
I told you your son has issues with calculus, but you don't give a damn. But when he's playing basketball, it's it's standing room only in the auditorium. But PTA meetings, no one shows up.
Man,
So,
preach. Preach.
Oh, that's all it is. I'm serious. When I was in school, I fucked up. Oh, my mom was there. My mom came to school one day with a bathrobe, slippers, and a damn plastic wrap on her head. Oh, she got in my shit in front of the class.
Yeah.
But I passed, though.
Yeah.
And because she gave a fuck. So did my dad. That's why he busted his ass to get us out of the projects and move to the suburbs. They fell apart, but they definitely, did what was right for their kids as best as they could. And I'll be honest, my parents were dysfunctional as shit, but they did love us.
Yeah.
So I'm appreciative of that. But it's just really sad, like the path that standards are going, and the black community, they're really low.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these females out here just want some dude who's gonna wine and dine them, and all the other shit, and then they're surprised when this nigga knocks them up. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
And then they, get a kid. But we see this every day. The single mother epidemic is out of control. And it'd be one thing if you're a single mother and you actually do your best to take care of your kids, but half these females ain't doing that shit. That's why the crime rate is out of control in a lot of these cities. Look at, and here's some I want you to notice, and I'm probably get some comments calling me an Uncle Tom or shit like that. Go ahead and knock yourself out, I don't care. Look at some of the highest crime rates, highest murder rates in some of the cities in the United States, and look at the percentage of black people. It's usually 40 to 70%. That says a lot. Detroit, St. Louis, Memphis, Tennessee, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Philadelphia, it's insane. And it starts in the home. And people need to have standards when they choose who they have kids with. First off, it's not always about how a person looks. They have to have some character. I mean, a woman, look, I ain't trying to go for no 10s. First off, 10s don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no kids. I ain't wifed up, none of that shit. I'm just me.
Yeah.
But I don't want no damn 10, because one, I might be jealous, like, damn, what you going? I don't even deal with that shit. Fuck that, man.
Yeah.
But that's just something I'd have to get over my own jealousy, because I've been cheated on before.
Yeah.
So, that's just rough. I'm like a solid 7, maybe 7.5 with some makeup, but I don't even want to chick that needs makeup every fucking day, It's just too much excessive, and I can't do hair weave. I'm sorry. You putting $150 in some Indian hair on your head, calling that your hair.
Yeah.
Please, just cancel that. And so mad I said that, I don't care. So that's my stance. And like, if you're some other nigga, I can't do it. I cannot. I'm sorry. Actually, you know what? I take that back. If you have one kid and the reason you and your baby daddy issues, if he went to prison, I can't deal with you. If he got shot in a drug deal gone wrong, I can't deal with you. If he died from something else, sure, I understand. I'm willing to work with that. Now, am I Denzel Washington? Fuck no. I'm just saying, you know. I got like a bunch of old women hollering at me. I'm like, man, I'm just trying to go home for this shit. But anyway, it's not always about looks, you know. I mean, fat ass nice, big titties nice, dude got muscle arms nice. I ain't saying date like, you know, like Fat Albert, date like Monique from Precious or something. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying it's not always about looks. You have to have someone that can have a conversation with you, have some level of intelligence. You know, they have like a vision about where they want to be in their lives, you know. And you don't always have everything right when you're young, if you're in your 20s. But if you got like, let's say you're in college, I did college, right? Like, I saw dudes trying to be thugs in college, and I was like, why are you doing this? Because I came from the projects, you know what I'm saying? I got to go to college because, you know, my mom made me study, and I'm glad she did. But I see dudes trying to be thugs in college. I was like, why are they trying to do this? Meanwhile, I'm going to like class with like, you know, this big afro and awkward as shit. I was a lame, man.
Dan, I want you to clarify something for the chat real quick. What is your racial makeup, if you don't mind?
What is my what?
Your racial makeup?
I'm a black person, 100%, 102% black, okay. American black,
okay,
African American.
I think some people are determining by your voice that they think you are of
white.
Yeah.
Now see right there, right there. That's something else I've had to do with my entire life because I speak quote unquote well. I didn't use slang every 20 minutes. Apparently, I'm now black. See that I find that a problem as well because. The acting black, acting white thing, that is detrimental to children, especially black children, because usually when a black children is called sin acting white, they're not being a real black person. And I dealt with that so much as a kid. It's really depressing that still goes on, and I'm 30, in my 30s. That's crazy. But I mean, I understand we all grow up with it, and you know, certain people talk a certain way, some people talk a certain way. That's one thing. If it's the way my voice sounds, I understand that. But if it's like the words I use, then I find that a bit offensive, honestly.
No.
Yeah.
I can understand.
Now, I got you. So I hope that cleared it up, and I didn't mean to go on a little tangent. And I ain't trying to
You're fine, man. Like I said, the den is all about expressing your truth. You know, everybody's going to have different opinions, different experiences, and it's good to hear from, you know, different variety of thoughts. So I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate the time on the show. After my standards, like, so I see, like, why did you try to be thugs in college when I was, you know, freshman in college? I understood why. They had damn thug bitches.
Yeah.
They had girls all the time. And, you know, I'm sitting there praying to God, I hope I get a girlfriend. I was fucking. But then what I did, I started acting like an asshole, and there you go, I started getting killed. Like, that came at a price. Like, I really, like, chicks like people out like just acting stupid. Yeah. You know? So if you're willing to do all that just to impress some ratchet females, have fun. Because orgasms last about a minute, 2 minutes. But the actions after that, you have to think about. Like, did you get it? Especially that whole not using condoms thing.
Yeah.
I know you show game things funny and all that, but yo, man, I ain't dealing with herpes. I ain't trying to be my life. I know dudes can't stay out of the fucking point. You got 3 baby mamas. Like, and this I'm 33, no kids.
Yeah.
I know a guy who's 27, got 3.
Yeah.
3 different women. I'm sitting there like, and he's in the Navy too. I'm sitting there like, how the fuck did you? You know, I don't know. That's not proper thinking. Like, if his full game was weak by baby 1, he should have had provisions like taped to his pockets. But you know, when you're at the club drunk as shit, I mean, it happens. It is what it is. So hopefully he's saving that money because hella child support. But anyway, just standards are down because social media. The male and female generals have changed. Back in the days, 70s, 60s, and whatnot, man was expected to work and, you know, earn a living, and woman was expected to take care of the household. Now, am I saying that was right? No, not exactly, because if no one wants to work nowadays, get that job, get that money. I want that shit. Well, if the guy wants to stay at home, I hope he's doing an at-home business or something.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, like, especially black men, you know, this female ignorant motherfucker sitting on the couch playing Madden, 2K, all this other shit, and hanging around your kid from some other marriage or relationship, and that's just ratchet as shit.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of shit we have to avoid. Like, I need women to make better decisions on the man. First off, if he ain't got condoms, you got condoms. If this guy don't want to use a condom, then he needs to get the fuck out of your house. It's probably at your house. And then you actually about something. Look, don't go chasing them. Don't go trying to be as popular as some other motherfuckers who getting all the girls. That's cool, because about 10 years later, when they all got a bunch of like 4 baby mamas, and these niggas sitting in front of the gas station still talking about what they did 10 years ago, you're going to your job, you're earning your money, you got the 401k, all that shit. You focus on that. Even if you ain't got that kind of job, just have some sort of hustle, have some sort of ambition.
Yeah.
You know. But what's going to happen is, and I'm about to leave after this, what's going to happen is a lot of the men who actually decided to not be, you know, not decided per se, but the guys who actually, you know, got their shit together when they were young, or at least, you know, eventually got their shit together, and they're doing better in their 30s and 40s, you're going to have those same chicks that dissed you when you're younger. They come back to you later. But she got these other 2 niggas' kids. Leave her the fuck alone, because she's going to trap you up, and you have to take care of this guy's kids. That is insane. And then someone to say, a real man takes care of someone else's kids. In what universe, bitch? What the fuck are you talking about? Now, if you actually love this woman, and you have a bond with that child, then I respect that. Because I know you mentioned I ain't trying to throw no one in a situation, but some dudes just do anything to get the pussy. They'll lie to this woman, say, yeah, I'll take care of your kids, da-da-da-da-da, and then he gets her hopes up, hanging out with her kids and not giving a fuck about them. And then he knocks her up. Now he got his own kid. I got my own kid now. And then he treats his other kids like shit. And ain't that what happened with Brittany? And that deal-ass motherfucker? He got a kid with her. And what happened with Malia?
Yeah.
Yeah, back to that.
Yeah.
Get some other nigga sitting in the house, beating the kid that ain't his, but treating his kid just fine. That is insane. Kids are kids. It's insane.
Exactly.
But anyway, man, I thought like R.P. Malia, because we already know what's in that bag. We know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just want to say, man, standards got to be upgraded. But most likely it's not. So the people who have their shit together, just stay away from people that don't. Let them stay in the hood.
Yeah.
Just try not to go. Don't drop the hood because they will rob you. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Summertime, man, you already know it's going to come on.
Yeah, what?
You know.
I'm staying on this side.
Well, hey, look, man, I'm about to chill the rest of the night. Honcho, you have a good night, man. Thanks for letting me speak my piece, man.
Man, Dan,
you're
you all good, man. Dan, I appreciate the call, man.
Hey, thanks, though.
Nah, already.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dan the man. Hey, man, you're going to hear some diverse things in the dead, and that's what makes it so good. And like Prepe said, like this is what y'all gotta understand, man, because and why I appreciate what T Money said earlier when he talked about getting to know different races, different people, different perspectives, right? Because you see how other people think. And I knew it, like Prepe knew it, said he knew that this caller was black from off the rip. Never seen Dan, never seen a picture of Dan. He called him the other day, knew it off the rip. Because we as black people automatically label and stereotype our own. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy stuff. That's where we gotta, like, we get mad because they think we all do this, we all do that. But as soon as one of us isn't doing that, we talk about them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, as soon as as soon as one of them doesn't fit that mold that we have for ourselves, it's coon, it's Uncle Tom. I've been so many coons since I started the den. I don't even know. I lost count. Mainly by Heidi. But it's coon, it's Uncle Tom. You got the Sambos. You got buck dancing. You got all this stuff because they've chosen an alternative route to live their life. Or not even an alternative. They talk. Majority of people who let's take this call. Can I come back to that? What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Honcho. This is prepaid Michael, and I just don't understand it. I need to talk to you. I need you to help me.
Hey, well, what's going on, Michael? Let's discuss what's going on right now in the den. And what's on your mind?
I just don't understand it. Why is it so hard to be black?
It is difficult. You're not lying about that one, brother. It is a difficult task. Do you think that is it what we're doing to ourselves? Is it systematic? What is it that is causing us to operate like this?
I have no idea, because it seems like if there's ever a black person who doesn't talk like the other black person or thinks like the other black people, that person is no longer black.
I understand it. I understand. I don't know why, but I see where it comes from. But I just don't understand why it's so prevalent within our own community. Do you have an idea?
I have no idea. It seems like if a black man does not like hot sauce, he should not be excommunicated from the black community.
Oh gosh darn. Gee whiz. That's tough. And there's a thing that we have an issue with. I was just mentioning other races, they stereotype us. We have a problem with them saying, hey, all black people do the same thing. But isn't this kind of along the same lines that if a black person doesn't speak a particular way or doesn't engage in a specific set of actions, then we outcast them and we call them names? I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? Would you agree or disagree with that?
It seems to be exactly the same thing. The problem is that they feel that because they're black, they have the right to do it.
Oh, okay. I understand. I guess that makes it okay, right? Because I do believe I've heard quite a few times that black people cannot be racist. Is this correct?
I guess I've heard it, and it just seems to just have me at a loss for words. I just scratch my head, and I don't get it. It seems to me, and I may be wrong here, because I did vote for Donald J. Trump, that maybe that these black people who were once oppressed are now oppressing their own people.
Oh my gosh. So, and this is a thing that I've heard a lot, and maybe you've had this experience. I've heard that a lot of black people here in this United States of America are, they're willing to kick their own out for being supportive of Trump. Is this something that you've experienced?
Yes, I was told numerous times that I was what you call a house nigger, and that I should leave this country because Donald J. Trump is racist and there is no place for people like me. They then told me that I should have voted for a Democrat because they have promised us things for 65 years. They don't deliver, but they're in it for us. They're in it to win it for us.
Wow. Oh, and that makes sense. Well, I guess that correlates the Hillary argument along with the hot sauce. Because, hey, she carries it in her purse. And so
yes.
I understand it. So I guess that's where the vote is automatic. We vote for the hot sauce. I guess that's how that works.
Yes, it is so delicious that she put it inside of her purse when she takes it with her at every destination. If she were to eat a breakfast item that did not require hot sauce, she would still put it on there.
Okay.
Just delicious.
Do you think it was too much hot sauce that caused her to faint?
You know what? Because hot sauce does have a high acid due to the vinegar, I think it could have led to complications of causing her to asphyxiate and pass out.
Okay. Well, I understand. That sounds like a scientific backing for the cause of that. That's tough. So what would you say to people who feel this particular way? Do you think that their minds can be changed, or do you think they're set in their ways, or do you think they should be more open-minded to their own kind who may think differently? What exactly do you think that we can do to alleviate this identity, this mentality that we have within the black community?
A lot of times I'm at a loss for words, because being a black man in America, I have come to the realization that I can only be a black man in America. If you are a black woman in America, you can only be black. We are the only people who can't blend with anyone else. So I was under the impression that because we deal with so many things, that we would come together and embrace everyone who's black. Because at the end of the day, we're all niggers, or niggas, or whatever word they're using now.
Oh, gosh.
The culture. We're doing it for the culture. What happened to the culture? Why do we all have to be the same person in the culture?
Well, I believe Migos, the rappers, have claimed the culture. So if we're not emulating Migos, I'm trying to do my best. I got the dreadlocks. I'm trying to get the red. I don't have the swag. But I guess Migos owns the culture now. So if we're not operating like Migos, if we don't go out and get us some Cardi B's, then we will, we're not doing it for the culture. I think we get excommunicated from the culture.
Well, you know what? My days with the culture have always been, numbered. I'm light skinned because I chose to be. I'm a half breed, a mulatto, a mulatto, whatever they call me. Even though both my parents are black.
Yes.
But that's just the way it works. So at this point in time, Mr. Dan, I want you to keep your head up.
Yes.
Don't let those ethnic people bring you down.
Right.
Because you enunciate all your words, and you probably are a good person. You don't smoke marijuana all day and live off the government, so therefore you're not black. But you keep your head up, because there's people like me and you, and we can start our own culture.
I agree. Is that might be what it needs to be? It might needs to be. We might need to start the new culture. That might be a thing. That we're starting all these trends and groups. The new culture, the new black culture. Maybe that's something we may have to look into.
Yes, educated is the new black. You guys be blessed. I am going to go have me a hot toddy and getting to bed.
Already prepaid.
Fuck with me, man. Have a good night, bro.
That's a bad, man. Prepaid. Appreciate the call, man. Oh, man, prepaid be killing me, man. But that's the thing, man. That's what you got to understand. We got to be open. We got to be diverse, man, because you got to understand this. It's not the niggas in the hood that are out there trying to make change. They're happy that stuff stays the same way because they're benefiting. They're capitalizing. The ones who pushing the dope shit, and they living off of addiction. Living off others' addictions, things of that nature. Those are the type of people that want to keep us in the same mind frame because they capitalize on it. They win off of that. The people who are out there trying to make change, the educated black folks, the people who go to college, the people who speak like that, who enunciate, those are the ones we love. We all loved Obama, right? We all loved Obama. He spoke pretty well. I don't understand it. Just because we don't have the same beliefs and ideologies behind that, it becomes a problem. If Obama was running as a Republican, niggas would hate Obama. Who was it? Who was it? Like Herman Cain, and we hate Ben Carson. He's a fucking neurosurgeon. Why is that? Why is that? I'm trying to figure all of these things out. All I want to know is, you say Trump's up here. Well, what would that have changed for us? Hey, Colin Powell, yeah, that's true. And again, Carlson, man. But all I'm saying is, well, yeah, man, we got these dumbass brain surgeons out here, we got these just stupid ass fucking brain surgeon, you fucking idiot, The thing is this, man, and that's what I say, and again, everybody's entitled to what they like. If you believe, hey, if that's what you support and believe, I'm not knocking you. But my thing is, don't knock somebody else for having their own set of beliefs, man. That's all I'm saying. We get upset with anybody who's not status quo. You know what I'm saying? We get upset when we believe other black people are not falling in line. And again, I told you I was much more liberal minded. I was on the pro-black train, and I think those old Christian videos are blocked. But I had a video where I talk about I don't identify. I'm trans pro-black. Well, I don't identify as pro-black, and that's not saying that I don't support black. That's not saying I don't do any of these things. But because of the pro-black culture that is out there right now, which we need to up the standards for those people, because we're letting those people sell us these tickets, these wolf tickets, and we're buying them up. But then what are they changing? What are they benefiting? What are they doing for the community, really, besides winning? And then you have all these intelligent pro-black people who can tell you all the problems that you had. We deem them as leaders in this community, but they never give you solutions. They'll continue to point out all the problems. They'll point out all the problems. We talk about we don't get enough of the good stories. Man, we talked about that little girl, 14 years old, going to Spelman. That story don't get no play. Cardi B got ab surgery. Let's talk about it. And Cardi B don't identify as black, but people put that motherfucker on a fucking pedestal. So all I'm saying is we have our priorities mixed up, fucked up, and they need to be fixed. And again, ain't nothing wrong with feeling how you feel if you can justify the way you feel. But if it's an emotional reaction that a person can get out of you simply for having a different point of view, which has been their truth, which has been how they've lived their lives, then you don't necessarily have the right to get mad at them because they didn't live the same way that you did. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy, and I don't understand it. I really don't understand why it's an issue. Sometimes we need to look at it and say, well, why is it that this person believes that? That's how I try to look at things. Why is it that this person believes what they believe, what they think? You know what I'm saying? Possibly so. Possibly so. I might mix it up tonight. We'll see. We'll see what time I'll be in the den this evening. But the thing is this, though. I'm not knocking college. You can go to college, but we live in the information age. Okay? We live in the information age. Cardi B called black women roaches and all kind of other shit. Monkeys and all this other shit. So if she identifies a monkey and a roach, which is personally how I see it, but then hey, that's cool. But she was calling black women all kind of other shit. But my thing is this, you live in the information age. How many people have come up without going to college? There's a lot of young motherfuckers out there making money through social media. They ain't even old enough to go to college. They in high school. Some of these people, seen a 6-year-old little black dude, $100,000 tie business, bow tie business. How is he able to do that? Slavery and oppression holding that little young black brother down? No. You know what I'm saying? Again, come on, man. It's the mentality. It's your choices. It's your standards. You know what I mean? It's your standards, period. All this other stuff, I'm not saying slavery didn't have an impact or all those things, but guess what? There were people who were slaves that became millionaires, but we don't want to look at them. We don't want to care about their story. Well, half of us don't even, 90% of us don't even know who they are, where they came from, or don't even know that they exist. It's been black politicians, it's been black business leaders, it's been since way back when. Nobody knew. Nobody knew who the fuck Robert Smith was. I know who he was. I'm not trying to brag, be or anything like that because I take time. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's been a few months. Probably been a little longer than that. But I would take time to look up rich black people in America historically and modern day and things like that, because in my mind I wanted to change the narrative. Because I'm like, I don't believe it. And then once you see that there's so many of them, it's because they don't push those stories out to you, or it's because we only see the entertainers, the athletes, and those types, because that's all we focus on. That's all we think. Only way you can get out the hood is with a basketball or some track shoes or a hit song. Man, fuck that. The most consistent way of getting out of the hood is a fucking book. But niggas don't want to do that. Nah, I need this money right now. We blame everybody. The system failed us. The white man's holding us down. All these other things. Well, you don't think maybe, I don't think, especially if you're fully black or whatever it is, and if you're biracial, it's not no different. It's not any different. But you don't think that when your parents made a choice to have you when they were in a bad situation, they weren't financially stable, that wasn't an issue? You know what I'm saying? That wasn't a problem? The fucking system didn't make your fucking daddy fuck your mama. You know what I'm saying? The system didn't make, some of these chicks out here who got 5, 6, 7, 8 kids with 32 different niggas, do the math. The system didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? The system did not do that. You know what I mean? So my deal is this. And this is not talking down on anybody, but it all comes back to standards, decision making. You control your destiny. You control your destiny. And even if you were born into a bad situation, man, there's so many people who've been born in bad situations that have done well for themselves because they use that situation to motivate themselves to do better, to want better, and it was a passionate decision. You know what I'm saying? But we don't hear their stories because certain groups of people don't want you to believe that you can make it on your own in America. Certain groups of people don't want you to believe that you can operate on your own accord in America, and we talk about all this, man. It was a lady who called. She was in here a couple of streams. I don't know. She had called and shared her story with us. I cannot remember her name, but we had a long conversation, and she talked about her experiences and how when she was a teacher, I want to say in Baltimore or DC or something like that, and what those kids were going through and what they had going on. Some of these, it was I think at a boys' school, and she said they 16, 17, some of them prostitutes, some of them got kids, some of them got records, and they damn near had to fight those kids to get them to learn, to get them educated, and she talked about, I think her brother wanted to become a police officer and she was against it, yet all his homeboys or whatever that had been in that street shit, they got wiped out. So what's more dangerous, being a cop or being in the streets? And so it's like I say, it's perspective. Like, I understand emotion, I understand trauma, I understand all these experiences. But the problem with this is when I'm talking about upping standards and around the people you are, it's easy if you look at the quality of the people around you. And I'm not telling you to be judgmental, but I am telling you to be judgmental. What have the people who are giving you advice, what have they accomplished? I mean, like, what have they accomplished that is outstanding, or what have they accomplished that is life-changing? Not they binge watched the fucking Game of Thrones or some shit, What have they accomplished? And if you look at the mentality of those who have accomplished great things by, depending on whatever your standards are, they have a different mentality. Funny thing about this is we love, praise, and worship the dope boys and all this, and I'm not talking down. I had my own history, and I had to bump my head a few times to learn some things, I was a little hard-headed. It is what it is. But the thing is, I learned. And once I learned, and once I start seeing different things, once I start having different experiences, once I start encountering different people, and this is why I talk about this stuff, because I've been on both sides of the coin. You feel me? I've been that dude, and now I'm this dude. And I'm not knocking anybody who feels whatever particular kind of way. I'm just going to express my opinions. I can't change the way anybody feels. And I see the difference in my life, my quality of living, my experiences. Like a caller said earlier about having to look over your shoulder when you're getting that dirty money. You know what I'm saying? Look, Jack, that's not a good feeling. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm trying to tell y'all is this. I fuck with everybody, man. I fuck with everybody. You know what I'm saying? And I just know, though, I look at the people who have this mentality versus that mentality. And I see a connection in the people with this mentality. I see a connection to people with a more impoverished mentality. And when you take a step back from it and you look at it, oh man, hey Jack, it becomes real obvious. Once you kind of once you kind of see how these people over here are doing it, then you look back at your old ways and you're like, wow, I can't believe I never saw that before. Sometimes it just takes one piece of information to change the game. But what I was saying is, we talk about business, we talk about a lot of shit in the black community. This is why I say that the fact that people hate conservatives and things like that, or just that term Republican is automatically racist, maybe it's the R&R. If you think about it, black people, for the most part, have very conservative views. You know what I'm saying? Most black people have very conservative views, but don't want to accept the term Republican or whatever else it may be. But it's tough. Yeah, sometimes you gotta learn when people being sarcastic and when people serious, because we have a different sense of humor here. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the DN this evening?
What's going on, Hunter? This is boy Man up here.
Man up. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's on your mind this evening, man up?
Man, I just turned you back on because I don't know if you saw me in the chat. I said I was watching a movie, so
okay.
When the movie went off, I turned you back on.
What movie you was watching?
And I set it off.
Hey man, that's classic. All right, go ahead. Yeah.
I had to watch the classic.
Nah, really.
And when I come back, I hear you talking about, escaping the hood, all that mentality and stuff. And that's a perfect movie to explain what I'm talking about too. Because I saw Prepaid put in the chat that it's hard being black. I was like, you know what? It's not really hard. We make it hard. Yeah, I know you got people that want to put you down because of your skin color, but it's up to you to let it or don't let it. It's your choice, your decision. And that's kind of what it is with that movie. So that was kind of when I turned back on, like, damn. They were doing some foul shit to get out the hood and go do some things, but look what happened to them. They made fucked up choices. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's what I was saying in Prepaid. I know everybody has their opinion, and that's fine. But the only thing I'm saying is, trust me, I've been down that road. Like Bernie Mac said, I've been black a long time, so I know. It ain't hard. We make it hard. We especially make it hard on each other. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that Prepaid the one that sell ribs? If I'm not mistaken.
Hold on 1 second, real quick. Real quick, man. I gotta address something. Rob C, who the fuck this is. Man, you get to know me before you come here saying a bunch of goofy shit. Because people here know I ain't never blocked nobody. I don't block people unless you spamming some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? So first and foremost, I welcome everybody's opinion. But then, anybody who want it, you can call into the line. It's a number right here. So how the fuck I'm not ducking no phone calls. You can call in and speak. Y'all ain't got to block it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't got to block shit. You know what I'm saying? Because then you proving this point. Because if you want to call in, you want to do whatever, you can call in and get on the line and we can have it out. We can do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't ducking nobody. It's a phone line here for a reason. I answer every motherfucking call that I can catch. As long as I'm not in the call with somebody else, you know what I'm saying? As long as I'm not on the call with somebody else, shit, then I'm going to take your call. So if you want that smoke, call in, man. I ain't afraid of nobody. I ain't ducking shit. I'm ducking a motherfucking thing. Come get you some. All right, sorry about that, man. Up, what you want to do?
All right, then. Okay.
Because that's one thing, man. Don't come in here with false accusations and judgment because you ignorant to the situation, pimp. You know what I'm saying? Like I be telling y'all, I'm a cool person. Don't get the YouTube personality twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a real open-minded cat. I like to entertain everybody's background. I like to hear everybody's perspective. You know what I'm saying? But don't come in with false accusations. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, man. I apologize. My bad, man, if you were speaking something and I cut you off, man.
Nah, yeah, you gotta handle your business, man. This is what it is. But I was just trying to explain to Prepaid, man. I know where he's coming from, and I get, what he is saying. But what I am actually saying that, yeah, it might be hard if you make it hard, or if you let other people make it hard for you. Now, I was also saying, that we do make it hard on each other to be black. But it's up to you to, like you were just saying before. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I called in, you were saying that, you was on both sides of the coins. And I was too. You know what I'm saying? I was on both sides of the coin doing some dumb, fucked up shit. Like you just said, I had to bump my head a few times as well too. I had to do the same thing. I was down on my luck. I was so down. The only way was up. I was definitely in the gutters at one point. And I was like, man, I do not want to live like this. So it's you that has to make these decisions to say, okay, this is what I'm going to do, or this is what I'm not going to do, whatever the case is, whatever your situation is. But what I'm basically saying is this, yeah, I've done some foul shit. I've done it. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to get caught up in that shit, especially where I grew up. Where I grew up, it's easy to get caught up in that shit. But it's your choice to do it or not to do it. So it's not hard being black. We make it hard on each other. We make it hard, period. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to sit there and say just because you're black is hard, then I gotta ask, what are you doing to make it easier for yourself? You see what I'm saying? Because just because you're black does not mean you can't go get a job. Just because you're black don't mean you can't be successful. Doing the right thing to be successful, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Because there's been a ton of examples. I mean, goddamn, if Barack Obama become president, that's the most racist thing there is in this country. And if that man become president, if that don't give you no good example, I don't know what will. I mean, at one point, I forgot I think that's L.A. or whatever. That was another racist and he was a black police chief. There we go. And that ain't another racist, you know what I'm saying, environment right there. I don't know what can prove it to you. Now, damn, Houston got a black mayor.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I say. We make it hard on each other. We are given so many examples of how to make it. And like you just said, right before I called in, you said people don't want to wait. They want it now. And right before you said that, I mean, right after you said that, excuse me, I put in the chat, I said, you got to learn before you earn. That's just how it goes. You see what I'm saying? So it kills me that we say this to each other and about each other. Look, I get where you're coming from. Life ain't easy, period. To nobody, no matter what your nationality is. No, life ain't easy, period. Nobody told you it's going to be easy. You know what I'm saying? It ain't hard either. We make it hard on each other. We make it hard on ourselves. And I'm not just talking about just black people. I'm talking about everybody. We make it hard on ourselves. I mean, like I just said, I just gave you a few examples right there. You know what I'm saying? And we all know the South is basically racist. We know that. And for a black man to be mayor in the city of Houston, that's a huge step.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just talking about that. Then also too, goddamn, Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California, who's Russian. I think he's Russian, but I know he's naturally really not from the country. I put it like that.
Yeah. I think he like.
I believe he's
Heidi-ish or something. He one of them Heidis.
But see, that's what I'm saying right there. We make it hard on each other. Yeah. We make it hard on ourselves as human beings on this earth. You know what I'm saying? And I know, and trust me, Prepaid, I get where you're coming from, and I'm not attacking you. I know what you're saying, but take a step back and look. How is it hard? And I'm gonna bring this example up. You talked about this before. I talked about this before. What's her damn name? I can't think of the top of my head right now. The first black millionaire from slavery.
Madam C.J. Walker.
There you go, Madam C.J. Walker. You see what I'm talking about? If that ain't the most difficult thing to do in this earth, I don't know what is. Born a slave, died a millionaire, and we all know back in the 1870 something, whatever it was, when slavery ended, being a millionaire was hard. Nowadays, you can get $1 million real easy. But back then, when everything was costing goddamn 5, 10, 20 cents, how the hell was you a millionaire? See what I'm saying? Nowadays, you know what I'm saying, you want to go buy you something, she was selling hair products. You go buy your hair product, you goddamn spending $30, $40 a bottle. Yeah. So it ain't so hard now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just giving a ton of examples right there. And I know that it's hard, and I know because of the situations that I've been through. But if you sit back and like you just said, right when I called in, you sit back and you think and just pay attention to everything that's going on, I bet you'll say, you know what? It's not that hard. All you got to do is just bust your ass, just like that's the American way, bust your ass to make it. And just be patient and everything will happen for you. That's just how it goes, no matter what, man. Yeah. But anyway, let me ask you a question real quick.
All right.
You know what? I ain't gonna talk about. I want to ask you. Can I comment on an episode you did a couple days ago? But I ain't gonna bring the topic back up because when I was listening to Rashida, she brought it up a little bit. But I ain't gonna talk about it. But yeah, I'm talking about the dating episode you did.
What was on your mind? Man?
Okay. I don't say it. You know what? I listened to Jay Dizzle call. He had a point, and it was an older gentleman called in. He had a point too. And right there, I think her name was Ashley. I forgot the girl name right after them. It was 3 guys called in a row, and a lady called in. But before I get to that, right before Jay Dizzle calls, a girl called in talking about a man wearing tight jeans.
Oh man, them print pants.
When I heard that, I was like, how in the fuck why would you want your man wearing tight pants? What in the hell is you trying to gain from that? Or him too, as well too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Wasn't no man wearing tight jeans until Lil Wayne started wearing no damn skinny jeans.
Word.
And now every man wants to wear skinny jeans. What the fuck, man? Come on. Only time I ever seen skinny jeans on a man if he was like a cowboy or some shit like that. And they wasn't really skinny, they just fit him properly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They wasn't skinny jeans. No, damn well he ain't skinny.
Yeah. Straight up.
But only thing I'm saying is this here, ladies, y'all hold the key. And I think that was prepaid call it. Well, it was somebody that called it. I forget who it was. They was talking about pay for the dates because, man, you are in control of it if you do.
Yeah.
He has a point. He does have a point. I forget who it was. I think that was prepaid. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But whoever that was, he had a point. But then also, too, let me ask y'all ladies this. Why do y'all think, Honcho, I'm going to ask you this, too.
Okay.
Why do you think when a man try to get serious, he want to take you home to meet mama? Why mama? He always say, I want to take you home to meet my mama.
I believe because most men, their mother is the standard. And so they want to make sure the person they perceive to be the standard approves of the person that they're with. And women know women too, so that's another plus.
There you go. There you go. That's what I was going to say. Because a man could only read a woman so far.
Yeah.
Women can read women better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We take you home to meet the women in our families first. Have you noticed that? That's what we do.
Yeah.
We take you to meet mama, sister, auntie, female cousins, grandma, whatever. It ain't because we don't want you around the males, no, because we're trying to see what kind of feedback we get from the females in our family or the females that we're close to. Now, it's up to him to take that advice, but that's up to him. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do. Why you think every man say he want to get a woman, that type of woman he could take home to mama? I mean, think about that. Ladies, y'all hold the key in relationship. I mean, and it kills me even to this day that women still think that every man only wants sex. Yeah, you got a lot of men that do want that. And hell, you got a lot of women that want it too. See what I'm saying? See, and that's what I say. I think if we stop throwing this standard out there, no pun intended, but if we stop throwing this standard out there, that this, because you're a female or because you are a male, this is what you want out of life,
Yeah.
instead of taking the time to get to know the person, I think you'll be surprised. Because guess what? Women like to say, oh, he just wants some sex. Shit, you got women that only want sex.
Straight up.
Now, men, we'll say, oh, she just want money, materialistic things. Well, hell, you got men that want money and materialistic things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And trust me, you will meet a man that wants you. Like I said before, and I said the last time I joined in the show, I was like, you know what? Not every man is like that. And I know this is going on deaf ears, and I know nobody's going to pay attention, but it is what it is. You got men like myself. It's some out there. You got men like myself that don't want that. Like myself, I wanted a family. I wanted a woman that was down to earth that I can be with for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? That I can have a family with. That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Now I know that's very far in between. You might be a long time before you find somebody like that, but that's the way it goes. It goes both ways. And then when Jay Dizzle was on the call, he was talking about assuming risk. You know what I'm saying? Ladies, yeah, y'all are taking a big risk going out with a man. But guess what? We are too. And he brought up the fact that his friend, you know, with his baby, his friend went to the mother of his kid's house and police were calling something like that. Hell, just look at that Bow Wow situation. Just look what happened to him. We saw the pictures. We all saw the pictures. He got fucked up. Nothing was wrong with her. So how he go to jail? So ladies, we taking a risk too, being with y'all. We are. I mean, Honcho, you brought this up to me, and I had to look it up myself. You brought it up. That damn woman that was talking about, she had sex with a guy, and a few days later, she regretted, and they told her that's rape.
Yeah, the nonsense.
So So, and I was like, it ain't that I didn't believe you, but it's something, I was like, what the fuck? I had to look that up myself, and I found that. I was like, are you serious? She admitted that she had sex with the guy willingly, but then got convinced by some whoever, I don't know, that was rape, and she was going around talking about she got raped.
No.
So it's like you can't say that we're not taking a risk as well. Yes, ladies, y'all are taking a huge risk because you don't know what this man's intentions are being with you.
Yeah.
But we are taking a risk too. So don't sit and think just because he had you going out with him that it's a blessing for him, and you have to be, or keep your guard up. No, we both have to keep our guard up, and it's a blessing for both of us to be with each other in each other's presence, because you can live and learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? And one guy that was talking, I forgot who it was, but he was talking about how it was some women that he went on dates with, and they was talking shit about him, and he started smashing their friends and shit. I'm like, shit, we taking risks too. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? Excuse me, just like he said, guess what? I can drop you off at home. Jay Dizzle said this. I can drop you off at home thinking that the date went fine, so to try and see when we could set up another date to go out. And then next thing you know, I got police knocking on my door talking about I beat you up. I mean, goddamn, look at thin line between love and hate with Martin.
Yeah.
Damn woman whooped her own ass and said Martin did it. You see what I'm saying? We taking big risks as well too. Ladies, we love y'all. We do. But it's like, I just don't understand why a lot of ladies don't like to look at it from both sides. I'm looking at it from both sides. Look, this is what it is for you, and this is what it is for me. I'm gonna control my side. You control your side. We can't do nothing to you that you don't allow us to. And if we do try to do something that you don't allow, then that's when it's a fucked up situation. And it's the same thing on the other end. I mean, goddamn, look at what Cardi B said she did to a bunch of guys. See what I'm saying? It's like, come on. We taking a bunch of risks too, going out with you. We taking that risk too. See what I'm saying? So I just don't understand why when these kind of topics always come up, it ain't just women, men too, don't see it from both sides. We don't see it from both sides. It's like we both got to be careful on what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And this is one thing that, of course, it wasn't me. It was my mom that told my sister. She said, she told my sister, if you ever going out on a date with a man and you're not too comfortable, take your own car. You drive yourself. So that way you're a little bit more at ease. Y'all just meet up there at the same time. So that way you're not at his mercy for him to take you home.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that at least, you know what I'm saying, that's a little bit more comfortable. You're a little bit more comfortable with the situation until you can feel him out a lot more. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with that statement. You know what I'm saying? Because there is a lot of guys with some fucked up intentions. You see what I'm saying? There is. But at the end of the day, man, all I'm saying is this, and I know I'm rambling on too long, but all I want to say is this, I'm going to go back to what I was talking about with P-Pay. Man, look, I get where you're coming from 100%, dude. I do. But at the end of the day, man, we make our own choices to do what it is we're going to do in our life.
Yeah.
No, it's not easy. But it's not hard either. We make it hard on each other as a people, not just black people, as people regardless. We make it hard on each other to survive on this earth. And sometimes we make it hard on ourselves to survive on this earth by making dumb decisions. I've been down that road. I know I made a bunch of dumbass decisions. I sit back and I think about this stuff almost every day of all the stuff that I've done. A lot of it I regret, and a lot of it I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm happy for all the decisions I made because I learned from every single thing that I've done. And I know that I don't want to go back to what I was doing, so I'm doing basically the complete opposite so I can still be successful, you know what I'm saying, in my journey that we call life.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I ain't going to ramble on any longer, man. I appreciate you, man. You taking my call. You keep doing your thing, man.
No, really, man. Man up, I appreciate the call, man.
Before I go, you got any questions for me, man? What's up?
Nah, no, sir. I'm in agreement with you.
All right, then. I'll holler at you, man.
Already. Now, I want y'all to let Rob call in because I want to see what Rob over here talking about. I want to have this conversation with Mr. Rob C. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling in on the den line this evening? Hello, hello.
Hi, you got Lena from California calling in.
All right, Lena, how you feeling this evening? Lena, what would you like to share on the den line tonight?
You know, I've been watching you for a while. Well, today's my first day, but I was on that Malia story, and I read across you, and you've been on my computer for some hours. And so I'm on your live stream now. I know you're on a totally different subject, but I just really, I hate to say it, I heard about the story today, and I think the mama did everything from the abuse from the go. I analyzed everything from that story, and I think the mama is the 100% perpetrator. I'm not saying that the stepdaddy didn't have anything to do with it, but I think she did most of that abuse, all of it. I have it in my spirit. That woman beat that baby. She beat that baby each time when that baby had that brain surgery. She did that. She did all of that. That's why she wasn't saying anything against that man. He taking a fall for her. I'm not. Yeah, I think she did it all. And I'm probably 5 hours on this story. But friends sent it to me in Messenger, and I got on it because I have a 4-year-old. Well, my baby, her birthday, she's 3, and she'll be 4 on the 10th of June. And it's heartbreaking, but as I watched that, I said, that mama did all of that. She beat that baby. She did all of that. She was in the house when he came back with the baby. So because she was in the house, that's where those text messages came from, because she was trying to figure out how she was going to explain that. You know, like he got that baby in the house. He came back with that baby and she didn't know. So I said, oh, she did everything. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I have very strong suspicions that she is behind the majority of the problems that Malia has had after listening to, not only old buddy's father, and again, because I was like, that's his dad, he gonna take up for him. But after listening to her own sister speak, or half sister, however you want to call it, the fact that her mom has distanced herself from Brittany, a lot of things are telling me that Brittany has her hands deeply in this situation. But the reason why she's not saying anything is kind of like what you said, that he's taking the fall for it. He's taking a rap for it. And man, I'm telling y'all something that I've been thinking of lately, because somebody mentioned it, talking about how big she was, because people are assuming that she may be pregnant. And I'm wondering, again, this is speculation. There's no proof of this. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they might be having, if that was the case and they were having another child, then, maybe he's doing that for the best, or what he thinks is best. He should know better if that's the situation that he's been in with her, that maybe, he's trying to protect her in that situation. I don't know. I don't know what other reason he would be protecting her, because obviously she ain't too much of shit.
You could look at her and tell she ain't shit. You can look at that woman's face and her spirit, everything about her. She has a very dark spirit on her. Anybody that can sit up there and beat a little baby, you see how precious that baby was. Yeah, that woman. Some women are evil like that. You gotta she worse than a man, because she brought that baby. You know what the difference between a woman and a man is when it comes to a child. Now I'm talking about if two people in a committed relationship, even not just somebody who has a baby daddy or someone who has a boyfriend, or even, I'm talking about all the way around. A woman starts loving that baby when that baby is in her. When that baby, when she goes to the doctor, even before that, before the first heartbeat, a woman's love starts there. When the man's love really starts, the idea of his baby coming, oh yes, that is, but that love from a man is when that baby is physically here and he sees that baby and holds that baby. But the woman, your love for your child is when your child is in your womb.
Yeah.
And then that instinct to protect, a woman, a real woman, I could see a child that's not mine even before I ever had kids and see that child in danger, and I'm going to jump to protect that child or get that child because that's the instincts that most women have. And there are some women that they don't have it. There's disconnect, and I can look at that woman and I can tell she did all of that. There's not a woman on this planet gonna sit up there and let a nigga beat on her baby. Not me.
No.
There's no way. There's no way she was doing that. What?
I said, not no real woman, not no real mother. Ain't no way. A real mother's instinct is to keep her child out of danger, and she was more considered. So she was more concerned about the dick than her daughter, honestly, because he was taking care of her, taking care of all the kids, and he was doing all that stuff. Because the sister even came out and said that Brittany was praising this man while she was in where was it, Massachusetts, Connecticut, wherever the funeral was, that he was her savior, and even with the incident of him. The gay thing, they said Quanell made that up. She said it was another woman, and somebody sent me something saying that there's supposed to be evidence that they found the other woman he was talking with, and that Darion was talking about considering leaving her for this woman. And so she's saying that she ain't want to get a ring back because she wanted to stick with him or whatever because of all the good shit he was doing. So basically, he was a free ride for her. But again, these are allegations. I haven't seen that yet. I saw it like right before this stream, so I'm gonna look into it later. But as far as all that, I don't know the deep. But these are just things also that I've heard. And then somebody said that apparently Quanell knew about the other woman, and that's how he got to talking with him at the thing. Like I said, I have to see for myself. But these are other things that I've heard.
He gonna turn. He about to flip on her. I'm telling you, when I first ran into your video today, and then what you were saying. About her having something to do with it, and it's going to come out that she's going to get, pretty much indicted. They're going to bring charges on her, and that's the same. He's about to tell on her, and he wrong. He 100% wrong. Of course, he needs to be in jail, carrying that baby out there like that. But I'm telling you, she did all of that. She killed that baby. She was in the house and she killed that baby, and they came together. And then she was pretty much like, got that plan together, and they both was dumb. The whole plan, it was kind of Scooby Doo. Those are two people who were less than smart, and they got together with that plan, and it just was not. He did. You know what's the messed up part about him? All the way around, because Malia wasn't his.
No.
So he can say, I bet you that the baby that he got with her, he wouldn't have sat up there and let, some men don't have it in their heart for raising somebody else's seed. And that was a beautiful little girl. And he was jealous, probably jealous of the little girl. Because what man gonna sit up there and let a woman, even that if that's not yours, be like, girl, what's wrong with you? You crazy? I don't know. I think that it's going to come out this week and within the next couple of days. He's flipping on her right now. They getting the paperwork and everything ready to arrest that bitch. But
they finna get at her. I think real soon. I agree. I think it's gonna be something within the next few days. Once they get that DNA set and once everything gets right. I think they're going to be at it real soon.
Okay, well, I'm glad I got a chance to call in. You take care. Thank you so much.
All right, I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. All right. I'm waiting on Rob C. call, man. You know what I'm saying? So I know if anybody else calling and I don't answer your call, it's nothing personal. I want to address this issue. You know what I'm talking about? God damn it. Look. This one of my favorite calls. I don't want to do it bad, but I'm waiting on a particular call. I know she got WPT, but I'm gonna stay on to make sure I take all the calls. Everybody who's calling in, those who I've missed, I will make sure I get to you. You know, but I want to address this issue because I'm trying to see what all this conversation, all this game, this good game I'm about to get blessed with. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, call. I'm waiting on you, man. I got this old hole waiting on you. Well, what's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den line this evening? Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello. Who we got calling into the den line this evening?
Hey, what's up, man? This is Rob C.
Rob C. Come on, give me some of that good game, Rob C, that you talking about. I'm trying to figure out what you over in the chat talking about, man. So what's on your mind?
Oh yeah, bro. Off top. Yeah, man. I have a. So you feel me? Like a lot of people. So check this out, man. So a lot of people who I grew up with, right? Mm-hmm. So like I'm mixed. You feel me? Like I'm half black, half white. Right. A lot of people don't really consider me to be like a nigga, but like I grew up with hood niggas. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question, bruh. How you feel about mixed cats?
I mean, shit, mixed cats on it. I think that y'all have a different set of issues. I'm not saying I think that you have double duty, because I think what you do in the black community, or what happens in the black community, is that the majority of mixed folks, they end up embracing the black side. But I feel personally that they should know both sides. But I'm not mixed, so I can't speak for them. But I know I have mixed friends and things like that. They're all familiar with their black side. I've heard some of them even say that they've kind of been shunned by their white families. But my thing is that I feel like, you should embrace both sides, because that is truly who you are. You have two different histories as opposed to coming from 100% black. But I'm not saying disavow any one of those.
All right. So I mean, like I understand a lot of what you're talking about, but at the same time, like for me, like I grew up in a single parent home, like a lot of black people, you know what I'm saying? And like, even though I'm only a mixed cat, like still at the same time, like my dad's black and that motherfucker was never there. You feel me? So for me, I grew up with a lot of cats who always are trying to talk about like, oh, like we from the hood, blah, 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 XYZ, but never make any sort of changes to get out of the hood, or like to do anything to really like make themselves better. You feel me? Yeah. So for me, I feel like a lot of people have kind of cut me off, like I grew up with, because I kind of started speaking out. Because like I went out and I went to school, I got my degree, I did some certain things in my life to kind of put myself in a better position, and I got out of my environment, and I was in the same environment that they were in. Yeah. So for me, like people look at me and they don't see my white side. You feel me? Like they see like, oh, this is like it's a light-skinned black dude, you know? Mm-hmm. So I kind of struggle like with the whole idea of like, oh, just because I'm black, like I'm oppressed by the white community, blah blah blah. Like, I mean, I see both sides of the fence. You feel me?
Rob,
for me,
I got something for you, Rob.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what part of the stream you came in and caught it, but like I figured from the jump, and maybe you misconstrued something. That's the same thing we've been talking about. Ain't no none of that oppression shit. The only oppression you got is the oppression that's in your mind, what you do to stop yourself. That's it. And as a 100% black, as a very dark man, I take that. The only thing that's ever stopped me in my life is the decisions that I've made. And so I agree with you. And I mean, of course, so far with what you're saying, I'm 100% in accord, regardless if you mixed or whatever. Because when you mix, they look at you as black. Black folks embrace you as black majority of the time. Some people will look at it however. But as far as what you're saying, I'm in accord. I don't believe in no oppression. The oppression that you put is on yourself. The oppression that you get is maybe from other black people from thinking differently. But I can't disagree with nothing you're saying. So that's what I'm saying when you were in the chat. I'm feeling like you may have caught the message and misconstrued what was being said at that point in time. But again, in this day and age, we live in the information age. We live in the accessible age. Everything's accessible. Whatever you want, you can build a business tomorrow. And you ain't got to go to college. You ain't got to do all this. If you got the appropriate knowledge, you can make anything shake. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that. That's the thing. People want to have the same mentality that they grew up with, not make those changes and think that the world owes them something. It is what it is. But go ahead. I ain't going to cut you off and let you speak your piece. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's all good, man. I appreciate everything you just said, bro. Because, like, yeah, I feel like I just hopped in at the wrong time and just heard the wrong thing. And I was just like, because for me, bro, like, that's a hot button for me. Because, like, I was born and I fucking grew up in a fucking trailer. You feel me? So, for me, like, having kind of separated myself from that, like, I have a hard time with people who aren't willing to do the same sort of shit. You feel me? Like I have a lot of people I grew up with who are like don't really fuck with me because they think like they see me as being a fucking Huxtable. You feel me? Like oh, like this dude, he's from the hood, but like at the same time, like oh, you know, he's making these sort of moves and fucking with these type of people now. You know, and it's like it's not even like that for me. It was just more about like I'm trying to do the best I can for me to get myself out of my current situation, regardless of where I come from. You know, because a lot of motherfuckers who fuck with me now, like, bro, like, so my boy Key, like, who I grew up with, like, I have real ass conversations with him about, like, you have to put on a different face for different people depending on what sort of circle you're in, you know, and it has nothing to do with being fake, but just playing your cards right, you know, and there's, like, people I fuck with today who would never, ever, ever hear me speaking how I'm speaking to you on the phone right now, or, like, how the comments I was leaving, bro. Like, there's people I fuck with today, if they saw that shit, they wouldn't even know that was me. You feel me? So, like, I'm, like, in a lot of the time, bro, like, I guess the black community just annoys the fuck out of me when they want to talk about, like, oh, like, I can't do this because I'm black, or, you know, like, the white man oppressed me in this way. Like, bro, like, my mom had fucking welfare. You feel me? Like, shit, bro, like, I had to fucking wear hand-me-down shoes and shit, bro. Like, I mean, I really grew up with nothing. And, like, I really did everything. Bro, I fucking did everything I could to get out of my situation, and I did it. And so it annoys me, like, when motherfuckers just are constantly, continuously pulling the fucking race card, bro. Like, I feel like anybody can do anything they fucking want. So, anyways, yeah, man, that was my biggest thing, bro. Is like, I just wanted to have, like, a somewhat small platform to kind of, like, and it sounds like you agree with a lot of the things I'm saying, bro. Like, it doesn't matter what, especially in today's day and age, like, it doesn't matter what cloth you're cut from. Like, you can do anything you want to do, and if you're not doing it, it's because you're fucking lazy. Straight up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. That's all it is, man. So, like I say, I agree with you on that, man. And my thing is, the only thing I'll add to that, man, if you got people in your circle who can't rock with how you speaking or you being what you really truly feel, then maybe they don't need to be in your circle. And I think, you know, you cut some of that dead weight that you might, you know, rise above even more. I mean, ain't no point wasting time with anybody if they can't, you know, they can't rock with the real you, if they can't rock with how you really feel and your experience, and they don't, you know, they don't want to accept that, then man, shit, cut them off.
Yeah, bro. Hey, man. Well, I appreciate you taking my call and everything, and I apologize if I kind of rubbed you the wrong way in the comments. That really that wasn't my thing. So.
No, it's all good, man. My thing is just that, look, hey, I'm open to all kind of conversation. I just don't like false accusation. I carry a platform where everybody feels free to speak their mind, whether you agree or disagree. But with the whole blocking comments, look, unless you spamming, you feel free to say what you want to. Unless you're attacking the mods, and what they do is that's on them. But I'm not gonna block nobody for shit. So I don't block.
Oh
shit.
yeah, off top, bro. Off top. Yeah. So I'm gonna be a regular tuning into your channel. So I might hit you up again on some real shit. So right. Good looking on answering my call, bro.
All right, appreciate the call, man.
Yep.
All right, have a good one. Like I say, I figured that it was, a minor misunderstanding. That's all it was, you know. That's all it is, you know. And sometimes that's how things work. Sometimes it's just a misconception, you know. Sometimes you tune in, if you know you catch certain parts of things, you'll be like, oh, what this motherfucker said. I'm saying that's the way the internet works, you know. You catch the bits and the pieces of something, then you gonna fucking, you know, you may misconstrue that they chop something, you know, up a certain way, and you're gonna misconstrue what it is. Or if you take a Nancy Pelosi speech and you slow it down by 5%, they'll say that you're oppressing her and you you saying that she's drunk. So, you know, there's that. All right, now I know where WPT at. Now I know I hit her with the cutoff. I know she want to call in. Where you at? Line is open. I'm gonna hold the line open for you. You know, I ain't gonna do you bad. So where she at? And I'm trying to decide. I don't know if I'm you know what I'm saying. Cats, that's funny. You know, look, I'm telling y'all, man, look, it's all good. Like I say, because whenever you type something else in the thing, I already knew what it was. You know, like I say, it was just a simple misunderstanding. You know, it is what it is. Man, I remember we had to watch Cats in fucking theater class one time. And that shit scarred me for a few years. I actually never thought about it till now, until y'all started. Until now when y'all started talking about it. Shit. But that's my thing, man, because I'm telling you from experience, I'm telling you from what I've seen in my own life, with people I've seen, do these things. So it is what it is. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey guys, this is Morgan.
Morgan, how are you doing, Morgan? I saw you in the chat saying you were a little shy to call in, or you want to call in. Well, what's on your mind, Ms. Morgan?
Yes. So I definitely want to talk about the Malia Davis case.
Okay.
I personally, my own opinion, believe it was the mom. I know on some of the video it shows, oh, I forgot his name all of a sudden. Darian.
Darian, yeah.
It shows Darian had brought Malia back to the house, and then the video also showed that he had left for work for an hour. So during that hour, I'm trying to think if maybe she accidentally killed Malia, or if it was intentional. And also the pictures that she's stating, that she found in his phone that were to a gay man. And then the activist said that he had seen it. Well, I believe that, it was on her phone, and maybe she's just trying to set him up, some other ways. I think he's definitely taking the fall for it. I believe that he probably was the cleanup man. I don't know. I think it's just very sad.
Okay, I agree, man. It is. And again, like I said, I think that details will really start coming out once they get, the DNA investigated and they start figuring some things out. And once a little bit more pressure starts getting applied, because like I'm hearing that they're going to be bringing murder charges on Darian, and some things are going to happen. And to me, in my opinion, Brittany is of weak mind, and she's playing an act, and she's playing a role. And so when the cops start applying some pressure to her, all those things that she's claiming, I can't remember this, I can't remember that, she's gonna start remembering some things real soon. And I can't wait till all the details come out. All right, man, I appreciate it. I think that all the details are gonna come out, and I think we're gonna be even more disgusted by this story when it's all said and done.
Right, and I believe, why isn't the father out there? I mean, why wasn't he out there looking for his daughter? And then in a video, he had stated, that he knew where Malia was or what happened to her. I don't know. I think it's like a whole bunch of people, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then I had heard that she had insurance policies set up on her.
Yeah.
So maybe they were all in on it and trying to collect the money on that.
Yeah. Oh, they ain't gonna get no money for that. That's, like I said, with all the way that this case is unraveling, the insurance will be happy to take that money. They ain't gonna get anything back from that. And the father, and I think a lot of us had that idea or didn't want to believe it, but I don't think that should have stopped him from trying to be out there to bring awareness, to do something like. That's what I'm saying. The biological parents of this child did not give a shit about this child from the day that she was born. Let me tell you the thing about Brittany. It was really interesting when she did one of those interviews, and they asked her, well, when you think of Malia, what do you think of? And this is why I say she's selfish and self-serving. Her first comment was, I just think about being in that hospital room all alone. It wasn't about, I got this beautiful new child. It wasn't about, I have, a daughter in my life, because there was a son, and, now I have a daughter, a mini me, or whatever, anything that a mother would or should say. It was about her. It was about her that I'm in this hospital room all alone. So what are you worried about, a man? Are you worried about a dude that's supposed to be there, or what? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And so that's my belief that, she's always been 17. I don't know if it's that experience or what, but she's never had love for Malia. Maybe when she had the baby, she's sitting there thinking about, how now she got a couple of kids and no man in her life or whatever else is going on. It's like, it's a bunch of bullshit involved in this whole case.
Right, and then when they had stated that Malia had fell from the chair, my daughter is almost going to be 4. Like, if she were to fall, she would try to catch herself.
Yeah.
So that obviously doesn't sound right either.
No, she was forcefully knocked to the ground, forcefully hit with something,
Right, exactly.
I agree.
All right, well, I'm not going to hold you up because I'm sure there's other people trying to call in.
Well,
But
Miss
thank
Morgan,
you.
Miss Morgan, I appreciate you calling in. Getting over whatever feelings or fears you have. Feel free to call into the den anytime.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for calling.
Bye.
Bye. Shout out to Miss Morgan. Shannon, you probably slid out of here, but good night, Miss Shannon. Don't be giving your hair to anybody. Who else just slid out? Who else sliding out of here? Look, everybody who's sliding out, man, y'all have a good evening. Man, I hope so. I need, what was her name? Miss Rockwella. I need her to be a daily caller, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be getting 3 shit. The line gonna be dead at 3 a.m. fucking around. Look, I had to put the blocks back on, the time frame back on it. You know what I'm saying? So look, my old lady gonna be, who the fuck? Hey, baby, that's just the den, baby. It's just the den. There's some den bitches. That's what it is, calling it 3 a.m. You ain't on the stream, nigga. Nah, I'm fucking around. My old lady sleep like a brick, nigga. I'm talking about shit. She be knocked out. I be trying to get to bed after dinner. It's a fight, nigga. I'm talking about Jackie Chan. It's this motherfucker. I'm elbow dropping. Move. Scoot your ass over. Sleeping diagonal and shit. It's a brawl. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to catch a piece of a corner. I got to push her in the little gap between the bed and the wall and shit. I'm trying to get some room in this motherfucker, goddamn. So, yeah, that's craziness. That's craziness. Here's the deal. We'll take, maybe another call. So I'm trying to wait on Miss Lady. I know Miss Lady was trying to call in. I know I had to put her on the red button. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to take Rob's call. But Miss Lady, if you're listening, I love you. Feel free to call back in, express your thoughts, whatever you got going on. And I should say the number I need, because sometimes, it has like call ID, but sometimes it's just a number, so I don't always know. But when I use the phone, I don't know what the numbers are. But, like I said, we'll take one more. I'll probably go, we've been going about 3 hours, 20 something minutes. So, we'll probably go to about 3:30, 3.5 hours. So a few more minutes. So if you want to get your call in, get your call in. Female pimp, acting like she called, she don't know nothing about that. So you don't know nothing about getting plugged into the den. You don't know nothing about that. There we go. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
That's motherfucking lady.
WPT. What's the motherfucking deal?
Man, what is up? I'm supposed to be in bed. I done said goodnight to y'all and everything, and then Dan got on the phone and he went ham because everybody suspected he was white. And it's just funny how similar me and this man are and so opposite. Like, it's funny as hell to me. But at the same time, it is fucked up. It's so fucked up. Because every time when somebody opens their mouth or whatever we talking about, we always putting some kind of color to it. And that's fucked up. Because that is so not the case anymore, obviously, because everybody said that I was black, I'm white. Everybody said Dan was white, he black. You know what I'm saying? It boggles my mind. It's just like, you know what I'm saying, sunny days and rainy days. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's sunny day doesn't mean it's going to be a good motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's raining outside don't mean it's going to be a bad day. You know, I mean, people need to stop putting color to everything. That's the motherfucking problem. We need to stop doing that. And when I say we, I'm talking about us as people, us as human beings, because that's what we are. Just because a motherfucker talks proper, he talks proper. That's all it is. It's not, you know what I'm saying, he's talking white. What you trying to say? You clowning yourself when you say that shit. Because when you say that, you are saying that the only people that talk like education or talk proper is white people, and that's not true. You have so many people in the chat that call in that talks proper, and I don't give a fuck what color you are. You know what I'm saying? I listen to what you have to say. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing. Everybody just emphasize on color every single time. That's the problem. Stop doing that shit. Stop doing that shit. And old boy that just called too, I wanted to make a comment on that. I mean, I hear what he's saying. Everybody knows I have mixed children. Well, everybody that knows me knows I have mixed children. You should not have to put on a different face depending on different people that you're around. I mean, I guess maybe I understand, but no, I don't, because I tell my kids, you are who you are and be who you are. You shouldn't have to fucking change for nobody. You know what I'm saying? You are who you are. And that's just it. Everybody's different for a fucking reason. If everybody was goddamn say, ill, okay, like, who would you want to be the same as? Don't you want to be motherfucking unique? Don't you want to be that person that when you see that motherfucker, when you hear them speak, you know who the fuck it is? Like, thank you, Jesus. Everybody knows who the fuck is on the phone right now. Everybody know when Prepaid on the phone. He a motherfucking fool, too. I just had to say that. Prepaid, you really had me rolling. I don't know how you were trying to talk, but you didn't sound white to me.
Now I'll be offended. You know, I'm offended for him. This is injustice. Where are the SJWs when you need them? Nah, but go ahead. I'm fucking with
you. Prepaid is fucking retarded though. But that's all I really had to say. Y'all stop putting color on everything. That's why we still have racism today. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when people talk about Section 8 or whatever, it's like the first thing that you think of is some, you know what I'm saying, black family. Let's be real. That's what you think. When you hear people talking about a motherfucker living in the trailer park, the first thing you think is a white bitch. Shit, me, when fucking around here, I mean, goddamn, North Carolina is, you know, it ain't much different than other states, you know what I'm saying? I mean, a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But, okay, you know, but I'm talking about, I seen plenty of motherfucking white people in goddamn Section 8, and in goddamn trailer parks, it was mainly motherfucking Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? But this is just how you portray shit when you talk about stuff, you know what I'm saying? That's the first thing you fucking see is color off of everything. Stop it. Then y'all wonder why there's racism today. That exact reason.
Okay. You know, you can put all the Mexicans in the trailer park and you talk about racism. I can't believe that.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Nah, but you're right. I mean, again, and that's why I say, you know, it is transitioned, in my opinion, to class outside of race. And again, it's been class for a long time, but then within that lower class, it has been segmented by race. And you have within those classes, in the lower class, especially, you got race against race. Look, hey, Prepaid said this a long time ago, and I told y'all about somebody I follow on Twitter called Curtis Schoon, and he, you know, man, a lot of good game. If you on Twitter, it's a great follow. But he said something a long time ago, and the same thing like Prepaid said, that, man, look, rich white people have more in common with rich black people than they do with poor white people. Rich black people have more in common with rich white people than they do with poor black people. You know, it's class. And again, like I say, you know, because guess what? As a black person, you're not going to the same place. If you broke and you ain't got money, you're not going to these high class. You're not going to these nice places that a person with money got. Point blank period. If you broke, you can't go where the people with money got. If you broke, you probably don't have the same information and access to certain things that people with money got. And so
exactly, but you ain't got to be white or a certain color to be broke. Hell, I was broke. I was homeless. I was motherfucking white. You know, I mean, I am.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you. You done went Rachel Dolezal on us. That's what happened.
See, y'all fucking me up.
Man, you like this. I knew it. I knew something was up. You transracial on us. I knew it. She didn't look. That's what happened when you threw in the racial draft and she didn't got drafted. Now she don't want to claim her. Don't want to claim her old status no more. First round draft pick. I see what it is. I see what's going on. Okay, that sounds working.
Y'all know I need to go to bed. Y'all making me confused. That's
man,
what the fuck
you know, this is. This is 2019. All you got to do is identify. It don't matter what the science says, but as long as you identify as black, you black. I guess that's the rules now. You know what I'm saying? that's the game now. You identify.
No, you just need to identify it as is. I'm talking about it don't matter what the fuck gender, color, size you are. You can be ratchet or you can be proper. You can be hood or you can be, you know what I'm saying, whatever. I mean, it don't matter, obviously. I mean, let's be real, y'all.
You know. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you, man. And that's what people though, when you've had experience, and this is why I say I get bothered by a lot of things. You know, my perspective on this changed a long time. I share the same story. Back in the gap when I was, like I say, in a not as nice of an area. And you know, when I would be hitting the little store, you know, I'm buying my swishes for my blunts just like everybody else, or White Owls or Games or whatever I was fucking with, some Garcia Vegas or, you know, whatever was proper, Optimos, you know, however I felt like getting down that particular day. I'm going to the store buying the same blunts, buying the same fucking Arizona iced tea, maybe, you know, all this other off the wall shit just like everybody else. And niggas would come and say, oh man, I can't, and they be various to, oh, that nigga racist, he doing this, and he, man, that nigga don't like black people, don't spend your money here, you know, yada, yada, yada. And I go in this bitch, you know, it might be a store, I ain't been in there 4 or 5 months. Hey, buddy, where you been? Hey, man, hey, you know what, hey, don't even worry about, like, how am I getting all this love? I don't really know this motherfucker, nobody. I just come to the store every now and then, I just chop, hey, how you doing, what's going on, yada, yada, just simple conversation. But yet, the person who just left here swearing up and down that they racist. And it would happen like that store in stores all over the area, you know, and I'm just trying to figure, well, why are you viewing that they're racist? And I feel like these are okay people. I'm not having the same experience. Maybe it's you, you know, and that's the problem. People don't want to accept that. Maybe you the one that's fucking up. Maybe people don't like your way or your personality. It's not necessarily because you're black. It's not because you're this, that, or the third. It's because they don't like your fucking personality, man. And that's just all it is, man.
Exactly. And that's exactly how I feel about it. It's how you portray yourself. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, it ain't got shit to do with color. You could be, you know what I'm saying? You could be purple. It don't matter. But if you come off, you know, if you give off that persona and you give off that, you know, that radiance off of you, you know, just like old girl was saying, you know, just how you could look at Malia's mom and you could tell that this bitch don't give a fuck, you know what I'm saying, or that she don't care. You can see that shit with people. You can see people's auras sometimes and you can feel that shit. That's why you know, within 5 seconds of seeing somebody or talking to them, whether you gonna like them or not. You know what I'm saying? Because people, it's a strong sense, you know what I'm saying, that comes off like seriously. You know, and that's true. I honestly do believe that people have different auras, and I mean, and you can tell. And you can really tell. That's why I think a lot of people like your show or like you know what I'm saying, because you do give off that good aura, you know what I'm saying, and you know, we've talked about this. Everybody knows that you are, you know, I feel like you're a good person, you know what I'm saying? I feel like you have a lot of knowledge and you're very open-minded, and that's what makes this show so good. Not just you, but also people, you know, the rest of the Dan folk, the Dan family, you know what I'm saying? This is why a lot of people can click so easily in here. You know what I'm saying? We can weed out the baddies. Look at fucking Maria. That's why that bitch had to go.
You know this like Candy, man. You can't be saying the name. Oh, you know how we are.
Oh, damn. Goddamn.
Man, this is over with now. We done, man.
But all right, that's all I really had to say. I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. Man, for everybody that's going through right now, I just want to send prayers out to y'all. And so I just want to give y'all so much love. Y'all just don't even understand. I love y'all, and I hope y'all have a blessed night. And stay strong, Miss Bell, and everybody else. So that's all I was really calling about. Y'all stay up.
All right, and you too, Miss Lady. I know you got some things going on in your life right now, so you know our thoughts and prayers are also with you, and you know we love you here in the day. And even though you're the only white person I know with WPT, with White People Time, but you know, hey, we still love you.
I know that's so bad. I'm always late. I appreciate it. Thank you, Honcho. Y'all have a great night, man.
All right, appreciate it later.
All right, bye.
Yeah, Yeah, I fuck with these wood tips. These hoes are terrible, but sometimes I be having other thoughts and things. So I can't lie. Like I don't even like inhaling. I don't inhale these hoes. I don't fuck with tobacco like that to inhale it. But it's like a thing. I don't know if it's a focus factor or what. It just keeps my mind on track with certain things. And so I've been working on some stuff outside of the streams and things. So I'm gonna be making some changes coming up probably here soon. Nothing really to the stream, but some additional stuff to make sure that the brand is strong. But I think we're gonna wrap it up on that lady call because I said it was gonna go about 3:30. I know some folks asked for some mixer action, so I might hop on the mixer for a little bit, give y'all a couple hours of mixer, and cause I ain't played on that whatchamacallit in a minute. I need to eventually be. I didn't put so much time in the damn game. I need to fucking beat that bitch. That bitch is fucking long though. But I fuck with y'all, man, and sincerely, let me do my Jerry Springer final thoughts. You know what I'm talking about. Accountability standards, and we deviate a little bit at the end, but accountability standards and things like that are important. And we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different lives, different perspectives, so we're all gonna have different standards. But I think we all know what trash is. I think we all know what quality is. And it's for you to put yourself in that position to access it. If you're doing bad right now, levels, one step at a time. Do something tomorrow, tonight, right now to improve yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what it is, the wise. I can't even just fuck with the regular hoes are so terrible, but yeah, that's the wide wood tip, same page. Again, like I say, it's about having a better experience on this planet. When you change your way of thought, when you change your actions to match that way of thinking, you will see different. And sometimes you have to ask yourself, well, why does somebody who looks just like me, why does somebody who has had the same experiences that I've had or grew up the same way that I did, and then, you was gonna call in, Trill? I make a special exception for you. We ain't heard Professor Trill. He ain't joined us yesterday. Let me boot that bitch. Let me see what's happening. Sure didn't even do a fucking Friday because we was talking about something else, and so we ain't really get into it because the Malia topic was important, so we didn't really get into the fucking Friday. But setting a better standard for yourself is because you want a better life for yourself. You have children, a better life for your children. The line should be open. I got you. Check it out. See, call in and see if it's open. If it is, I got you. I'll open it back up. Unless the timer, let me see. Let me make sure that I put that time on the dilly dally. Make sure it ain't doing all that. Look, hold on. You know how I do it. Let me see. I don't know, man. I don't know if let me do it like this. The simple way. Man, look, I after the stream, I had so many fucking missed calls from, y'all know I be trapping out the garage, man. What you mean? It ain't no central air in this bitch. It's hot than a hoe, and it's summertime in Texas. What's the motherfucking deal, man? I ain't afraid to die you up. What's on your mind there, Professor Trill?
It's always got to be me.
What you got?
Lady Licious, I love you like a play cousin. Your Caucasian didn't show up to that last call you just made. Look here, people. I'm going to counter the argument because I understand it from the other side. Look. And y'all full of shit if you're not willing to admit it. We're visual creatures, man. If you hear a story about some shit, and I've said this before, you automatically start visualizing shit in your head. So if you hear a story about a person, the first thing you try to figure out is what they look like. So then you use the information you got and you start generalizing. Yeah, I understand that some people don't appreciate that or some people don't like that, but look, that's just a human thing. We all fucking do it. So to say that you got to stop doing that, that's impossible. Nobody's going to stop doing that. It's not going to happen. Only people say that shit is people who really, really don't understand the differences between folks. White people and black people are fucking different. It's a fact. Yeah, we both human, but there's certain shit that's just inherently different. We got certain diseases that we're more prone to than you motherfuckers is. That's a fact. We don't understand why that is. We don't know. We could be brought up in the same places, the same way, and then contract different diseases because we're more privy to certain shit. I don't know why that is. I don't. But there is an inherent difference. Okay, so look, just deal with it. So why that should bother you so much don't make no sense. And if somebody else coming in, and like you said, Honcho, this nigga said, well, but this dude is racist, don't shop at his store. Well, look, if you ain't had no problem with the dude, then I don't understand why the other dude, what he said bothers you at all. It shouldn't have made you. You got to consider the source, man. You just do. So I don't understand what the fucking problem is. I don't. And the other caller, if he said that black people need to get up on their own shit instead of making complaining or saying that other people trying to hold them down, let them be that, bro. Why are you letting that shit affect you or piss you off or ruin your goddamn day? That's a you problem.
Yeah. Straight up.
If it ain't about you, why the fuck you worried about it? I can understand it if it's somebody you love or you know, somebody in your family or something, then you give them game and you keep going. But if it's somebody you don't fucking know, let them live in ignorance, bro. Pre-Pray said it. We can't save everybody.
Well,
So just let them do them. I don't understand why y'all get in y'all feelings over this shit. I really don't. But I'm just letting y'all know that this is how people are. And they're going to always be this way. So that's never going to stop. Miss Lady, listen. Never. I'll always be like that. That ain't got shit to do with it. Just because I'm depicting a certain scenario in my head about a story that I hear, don't mean that anything has anything to do with racism. Racism means I hate that motherfucker just because he's a certain color. I'm not saying I hate this person. I'm just trying to visualize and put the pieces together. And the talking white shit, I get what you're saying. Yes, you speak proper in a professional setting. But when I go home, I don't talk like that. Unless I'm around some impressionable children. Then yes, I will.
Man, fuck them kids. Nah, fuck with
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though.
No.
That's just what we do. And we're going to always be like that. So I have no idea, or I don't understand where it is you're coming from or the basis of your whole argument to begin with. Let them people be them people. Don't worry about it. That's not holding nobody down or holding nobody back at all. And if somebody is mad at you because you talk white, that just means that they uneducated. That's a them problem, not a you problem. So laugh at them and keep it pushing. Keep making your money. Keep being successful. Keep doing you. And maybe they'll learn from your example instead of some shit that you tell them. Because if they listen to what other motherfuckers said, maybe they will be further along. Some people don't listen. They have to learn by example.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Like you said, shit. I mean, they got to do them. They gonna see the. And the thing about it too, people who are ignorant and choose to deliberately be ignorant, you'll never change their perspective. So it don't even.
Absolutely not. That's precisely my point.
No. So I agree with you on that.
I know you do because it's true. Ain't no reason for you not to agree with it.
Oh, I'm trying to find a reason. Just
whether you feel a certain way or not, you can't deny the truth.
No.
You can't. It's futile. Because this is going to keep up smacking you upside your head until you fucking understand that it's the truth. Okay. And the shit about the people living in trailers, look here. I don't know not one black person I ever met that lived in the trailer. I don't know one Mexican that lived in the trailer. Only trailers we got is shit that we pull lowriders and cars and shit on. And chunks. That's it.
No.
We live in a project, apartment, shit like that.
No. No, I know so.
No niggas moving in no trailer park.
Shit, I'd say so. I'd seen it. I'd seen it. I know some niggas. I know some niggas in the trailer right now. You know, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna also tell you this, and I'm gonna put this into perspective. Well, I'm gonna ask this kind of question. Everybody knows I'm a truck driver. I'm driving right now, matter of fact. So if I lose you, I'll just catch you later. But I get into certain places in this country that's pretty much off the beaten path. And I get hungry, so I stop in for a beverage or a little sustenance. And trust me, I have to be aware of the people that surround me. Now, when you the only melanated person in a group of about 30, 40 people, and you in a place where there's low phone signal, and you understand the history in this country, especially in those areas, does that make me racist to feel a certain type of way in the back of my mind? Or does that make me cautious?
Cautious, you gotta be cautious. You gotta be cautious about everywhere. You can't be foolish about whatever environment you're in.
Yeah, but I shouldn't see color like that. That's what Lady Lisa said.
Oh, no. Look, I see
I got to stop doing that.
Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I see color. Like, that's the thing I don't believe in. I'm not.
You have to.
I'm not prejudiced against a color. I don't have any biases because, like I said, I've had good and bad experiences with everybody. Well, I ain't never had no. Well, I was gonna say I never had a bad experience with Asians, but you know, Chicago Mike, he hey, all these things that was a bad experience. I found that kind of entertaining. So I won't even say I've had bad experiences with everybody. I'm sure them Asians might have, they probably hit a food spot or two. They might have threw me some fried cat skin in there or something, but that's, you know, neither here nor there. But, you know, but for the most part, you have your encounters with people. Now, they just may happen to be of a certain race. So, but I don't think that, you know, but generally when you have a certain demographic in a certain area, they have a particular way of thinking in that area, from that area, and you do have to be cautious about what you got going on. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying that's just an example. Y'all can call me racist or whatever the fuck you want to, but hey, I'm still here, motherfucker. That's all I got to say about it.
This is true. This is true. So you tried out that new Snapchat filter yet?
Get the fuck out of here. I don't got no goddamn Snapchat. No Snapchat, no Twitter for me.
Oh, man.
Too many shenanigans get pulled on them two shits.
Man.
Too many shenanigans.
Ooh, shenanigans central. You got to be more careful.
Yeah, I just rather look at the females on Instagram. That's pretty much all I do is send Honcho shit that he don't even look at or read.
Man, I check that shit out.
That's all right, though.
I do. I check that shit out. I do.
And then you're going to say, Honcho's such a nice guy. Hell no, that nigga a whole ass nigga. Fuck what you talking about. And he admitted it, goddamn, on multiple occasions. He a whole ass nigga.
I used to be. I've changed. Look, I'm like Rashid. I'm working. You know, I'm working on being a better me.
Nah, nigga, you like a Black Panther. You a leopard under there. Them spots still there, nigga. Don't give me that bullshit. I know what it is. You might have some of these den folk confused or fucked up, but I know what it is. I don't even really know you like that. But I'm prejudging, goddamn, and I'm probably right, and you know it. That's why you laughing, nigga.
Let me see. You know, look, I look. Here's the deal, and I tell people this all the time. Don't be 100%, because I'm talking about, you know, pay attention to everybody. Don't take me for everything you see on the internet. You know what I'm saying? This is a certain energy, and I'm not saying I'm not cool in real life. I'm not a listener, all these other things, but it's certain things that I'll tolerate via the World Wide Web, because it's like, you know, I can't get to you and put my hands on you unless it's just some shit that, you know, it's just always a way. But, you know, there's certain things in reality that my temper or my patience might be significantly shorter. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And so it's just gonna be like, you know, let's go ahead and correct that situation real quick. Like, you know, hey, you feeling yourself a little bit too much. I'll give you a fair warning, you know, and then whatever you do after that, then, you know, we got to deal with whatever consequences come about. But as far as anything else, man, I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna chill, and I you know. So, yeah, I tell you, don't get the YouTube personality confused with. I'm a real human being, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But yeah, man, you know, yeah, you know, I'm just another nigga on the internet, man. You know, but the thing about it is, and I agree. Like I said, I can see all different perspectives in what you're saying. But, you know, when you bring it up like that, yes, and I agree that biologically there are differences. My thing with the whole talking and, you know, this, that, and the third is when people say, you know, when they discover that somebody is of a different race or a different perspective, and then they get like, oh, this person is doing this or this person is doing that. Well, that may be who they are, man. That's the environment they were raised in, or that's the culture, or whatever, the way of life they have embraced. So if they speak appropriately, because I already know I used to get that shit all the time. Now I don't, because again, like I say, when I was in classes, I was the only black kid in most of my classes going through school. You know, this, that, and the third, and so that was the people I was around. That was the way that I spoke after school. Well, you talk proper, you talk like white folks, you know. But yeah, shit. Well, nigga, I'm just as athletic. I'm just as everything else you are. So what's there? Who winning in this situation? You know what I'm saying? Me or you? You know, because that just means I have the ability to be clearly understood by more people. You know what I'm saying? I understand everything you said, and you speak in a particular way too. So again, I just get the best of both worlds. That's the way I feel about it. But to condemn somebody, I think, and that's a problem that I think is a bigger underlying problem. Is we've talked about this before. Is being educated, especially being an educated black person. That's when those names and those terms start coming out because, oh, you trying to act like this, or you trying to be this, and this, just because you speak appropriately. You don't know what a person's been through. You don't know what their experience is. And, you know, they may have come from a rough environment and what they've done to better themselves or whatever else it may be. And so that's the thing that kind of frustrates me when it comes down to that, when people say those things. You know, oh, he talk like this. He trying to be white, or he trying to be this. He trying to be, no, I think people for the most part are trying to be themselves. And the reason I think that changed, I remember a long time ago, I talked about, again, I don't know why I got all these corner store stories, but I remember going to a corner store and there was a white dude in there, and he was, I guess the owner gave him a hookup or something. I don't know what the fuck he was. I guess he was short on a couple of cents or something, and he was just like, "Oh man!" And he saw me standing behind him, you know, because he kind of looked at me. He said, "Man, you my," and he hesitated because he didn't know, you know, I guess how I was gonna react or whatever. He's like, "Man, man, you my nigga, man." And in that point, I was like, "Should I be mad right now? Or is this really what this dude knows?" And that's all he had. Like he really did not have the ability to say anything. Yeah, that's all he has. So that's who he is. And so, you know, because I could tell he was headed, because he was nervous. I'm sure he's had that experience before. Probably like, man, what the fuck you talking about? Or get mad at him, you know, respond in a certain way. And that's when I started looking at this shit. You know what? Some people are who they are. And you know what? I'm not even gonna trip on that type of shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna trip on that shit, man. So that's just kind of how I feel, man. Yeah.
Now I agree with you, Honcho, but you also have to acknowledge the fact that those are rare occurrences. So I'm gonna use this as an example. Your car start fucking up and you pull up to a mechanic shop, and you like, damn, I don't know what's wrong with this motherfucker. And you walk in, the inside ain't nobody in there, so you walk through the shop and you see some legs sticking from under the car. You like, hey, excuse me, can I get some service? Something wrong with my car. And then when they slide out from under it, it's a female. You be like, oh shit, that's a chick.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that I'm taken aback or shocked is because typically mechanics are men. Yeah. You don't see very many female mechanics. Now you don't hear a lot of people talking that way with that kind of background or other shit like that. It's that it's not typical. I'm not gonna say that it's not normal. It's just not typical. So people automatically make assumptions. We all do. It's a natural fucking thing. That means that you're thinking ahead, which is you can't help but do. If you're not thinking, you dead or some shit. I don't know what the fuck you do. But it just happens, and you got to acknowledge that fact. That a lot of this shit just is not a common occurrence.
Yeah. Yeah.
People know what they're brought up around.
Yeah, that's true. I ain't never seen no female mechanic. I don't believe they exist. I don't care what Heidi say. She be lying.
I've never seen one either, except in movies.
Right, there was some old Fast and Furious shit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Not that I have a problem with it. I mean, shit. I'd be like, hey, shit, what it do? Maybe we can have a car conversation, but I've never met one in real life. I've never really met a female that gave a fuck about a car in real life, except either what another her nigga was driving or the one she driving getting her to A to B. They damn sure don't check the oil in that motherfucker, but that's a whole nother conversation. Lee, I'm gonna let y'all ladies make it tonight on that shit. Including my own goddamn mama. That. Let it alone. Let it alone, Jay. Just leave it alone. Leave it alone.
No, man. It happens. It definitely happens.
Yes,
man.
it does. But anyway, that's all I got. I'm pretty sure you trying to end, so I'm gonna fuck with you later on.
All right, that's a bit, man. Appreciate the call there, Jay. This.
All right, shout out to everybody in the chat. What up, prepaid?
Already, man. Yeah, but that's facts, man. So can't doubt that. I can't negate what he's saying there. Let me. Why is it not letting me do this? Come on, stop the nonsense. Let me. I guess I have to do it like this. Okay. So I was trying to put this in. I'll have to. I'll do it because I forgot that you said you were going to send me that via Gmail, Miss C. Maria. And what I'll do is I'll post it. It's not letting me copy the link the way I want to. Let's see if it'll let me post it like this. Because it slipped my mind. I just happened to look at the phone and see that, but I don't know if it's going to let me post this link in here like so. But you can check that out if you want to post the virtual candle. Yeah, in memory of Malia. Miss C. Maria has a page set up there, and then you can check that out and do that. And I'll post it in the stream tomorrow so that you know, so we can make a check. Because again, I slipped my mind. I know he called in early, and once I get on them calls, I can't help. Sometimes I get a little bit distracted. But here's the deal. I was trying to wait a minute for, we hitting that 4-hour mark. I think that's my boy Bretto, but I think we might have to wrap it up for this evening, and then we may have to get at me tomorrow. I apologize for that one, Dopey. Let me do my proper thing here. If you don't know, I am Ed Honcho, Ed Honcho HTX. You can catch my social medias on Instagram and Twitter at Ed Honcho HTX. And if you're rocking with it, please hit that like button. Let YouTube know you enjoy what you're watching. If you're new to this and you just tuned in, subscribe. We go live every night at 10 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Central. DN at 10, easy way to remember that. Proper social medias. Everything Den Show Live. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram at Den Show Live. If you want to send an email, you can send it to denshowlive@gmail.com. If you want to make a one-time donation to the channel, you can go to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And you can do that there. It has a couple of different methods to use that. I think, PayPal, card, whatever you use. Or if you want to consider making a monthly pledge to the show as we try to grow, patreon.com/The Den Show. And I'm going to be honest with you, like I say, we are on track. The reason why, like I say, my goal is to actually get a proper location to get up out the garage. And for those of y'all who are new to this, yes, I record in my garage. And with no central light, it is hot. As it's getting in the summertime, it is getting a little toasty, as you can see. I got my sweat rag and all this other stuff. But hey, I enjoy chopping up with y'all, so it's so worthwhile. But in the end game, well, not the end game, but the next level to this is the goal is to have a proper studio set up, for streaming, recording, and doing some things. Eventually, I would like to bring in guests and do some other stuff. I have some much bigger plans that I would like to do with the Den. Some very creative ideas, I believe, that I've yet to see people do, and so I definitely want to implement that. So I appreciate all the love and everybody who is supporting and helping the Den and the Den folk get closer to that goal. Outside of that, man, very interesting conversation tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I hope everyone had a good time. I hope everybody enjoyed the conversation. Maybe took something with you. If not, hey, that's unfortunate. Everything ain't for everybody. So, it is what it is. Yes, regular Den. Hey, we like family in the Den. And I tell you, I don't feel like this is a channel, I don't see it as a channel. I think it is a, oh, hold on, you got a question? Look, I'm where you at? would say if I didn't slip up at unfortunate times, or if I had my present mindset at 18, how would my life be different? I'd probably be a multi-millionaire, and I wouldn't get to chop it up with you great den folk. I'm gonna tell y'all something about me, and why I say information is important. I've always had little hustles and things like that. But I've had ideas, and it makes me sad because there's been several ideas that I had decades ago, 15, 60s. I mean, my friends I was a pseudo inventor because I'd have all these ideas, but I didn't know how to engage and act upon them. I've always had notebooks and different things, and I would just come up with ideas. Something I've seen now that a lot of these grocery stores are doing is where you can basically, basically scan all your groceries and stuff without having to necessarily go through the thing. And that was something I thought of probably when I was, 19 years old. And some other things. I mean, just a lot of various things. I still have some other ideas that the things for gas stations and stuff like that. But one of the ideas that I had when I was much younger, when they started putting those like screens and actually putting the commercial at gas stations, that was something I thought about. Just a lot of these things that I would think of decades ago. I had these ideas, but I didn't understand how to move forward with them. And so, especially no one in my circle necessarily being of that mindset either. I just kind of kept going with the flow. Spend more time getting high, wasting time or just doing whatever, running the streets, doing dumb shit, getting into debauchery. So I honestly think that at 18, if I'd have had the proper mindset that I have now, I probably would have stayed in college. I probably would have either finished up my career at U of H and, listen to what some people say. Who knows? Would have gone to the league maybe. Because I had some buddies that went to the league, and they, when I chopped it up, and they just like, man, you fucked up. You fucked up, nigga. If we made it, you could have made it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you was the truth, nigga. You just ain't give a shit. So there was that. I think, that could have been a possibility. But my passion was never in football. It was something I started doing because I was an angry kid, and it was a way to take out frustrations, and it benefited me. I cared more about school than other stuff. So I probably would have stuck with that, gotten a degree, and then, moved on to greater things. But there's no excuse that, these things can't still be done. I still plan on being a millionaire one way or another, multi-millionaire one way or another. But it has to be something that is built, because if you ever lose everything and you've built it, you know how to recreate it. You know the work, you know the effort that it takes to recreate. I don't want to be given an empire. Then you don't understand the ins and outs. You lose it and you fuck up. You don't get that opportunity again. But again, like I say, if that was the case, I probably would have never interacted with all of the great people in the den. I probably wouldn't be able to have these conversations. And I think these conversations are priceless. Do I still want money? Yes, absolutely. And I will still get it one way or another. But my thing is this. I may have found something within myself that I believe, honestly, thanks to a lot of you all who have been rocking with me for so long, even with this channel, and those of you who've been fucking with soft sports. Because back then, I was not a very friendly person. I was not a very talkative person. I still don't think I'm very extremely charismatic. I think there's a lot of things I could work on, but I did not rock with people. I couldn't stand people. So, I might have been able to have all these other skills, but a lack of people skills may have held me back, so we'll see what happens. But yes, tomorrow we will. I'm deciding on whether I'm gonna bring preacher, pastor, Reverend Rabbi, Deacon Father Honcho tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. It's a little toasty in the den. That if I do, it might be one of the last few times because that shit might be hot. Again, to everybody who is planning on going to the Vegas meet and greet, November 8th, I need y'all to reach out to me so we can chop it up about some things and we can get everything in order, because we want to determine the plans. So there's a couple of options depending on the number of people that are going to go. So if the numbers are significant, then we'll do one thing. If the numbers are a little bit fewer, then we'll do something a little bit different, which I think might be a little bit cooler. And then depending on how that goes, because I got a couple of themes in mind, but like I say, it depends on the number and everybody who is planning on showing up. So I think that's going to be a great thing. I'm really looking forward to that in November. But got to get everybody who's going to be with that together, get all that information together, so we can work out the proper arrangements. So again, if you have intentions, if you're in a Facebook group, join the Facebook group. We got a chat for the Vegas trip in the Facebook group. If you're not, if you don't use that type of social media, that's fine. And then if you have Instagram, there's an Instagram chat in which nobody said anything because a specific entity is still there, but I'll fix that up for those. But like I say, even if you don't use those social media, you just do it by email. Email me at Den Show Live, and that way I can just kind of, I can correspond back and forth with you through the email to keep you updated and, get your input and share it with the group. So, here's the deal. I think y'all are great people. I think y'all are awesome people. And my thing is, y'all funny. Y'all are funny. But my thing is this, man. Says, hey, if it walks right down with no phone coverage, if you're not walking down the street, man. But yeah, I agree. But Daddy B. Moore said there too. Like I said, because I should have mentioned that too. Because same thing. And you could be a nigga in the hood. You don't know them niggas. Shit, they gonna operate the same way too. No, we don't know this nigga. We gonna come get you. It happens. So, man, I'm telling you, it's therapeutic, Miss Maria. You just let it go. Sometimes it's things that you've been suppressing for a long time that you want to get off your chest. We'll talk about you for a few minutes. We ain't gonna talk too bad about you. If it's funny, we'll laugh. If it's traumatic, we'll offer our feelings. That's why I say this is more of a community than anything, because I think some relationships, not love like people hooking up, but I think some good relationships have been formed through this community here on YouTube. And oh yeah, look. V says she's gonna turn all the way up. We're gonna see. But like I say, so y'all let me know so I can get a proper confirmation, definitely confirm the list, and see what's happening. Because like I say, a couple of options. Option A is a hotel, and so we gotta get that information so we can start reserving rooms and things like that. Option B, if the numbers are fewer, we can still do the hotel, but in consideration of maybe like getting a decent sized Airbnb, and we'll see how that works out. So it just depends on the numbers. So y'all hit me up, let me know, and let's work some stuff out. But with that being said, I appreciate y'all. I rock with y'all. I thank y'all. Y'all make this so entertaining, man. Y'all make this so worthwhile. Like I really do enjoy it. I learn things about you all, and I learn things about myself, when we go through these things. And I think that having these conversations help people realize, how much more in common that we do have than how many differences we have. So we'll talk about real shit sometimes. Sometimes we'll get here and talk a little crazy, man. But it's good energy. And I fuck with y'all, man. And I thank y'all. Mixer crew. I guess I'll slide on the mixer for a little bit. I guess we can make that shake. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking hungry. What time? Is Taco Bell open? So, it is what it is. Female pimp, you ain't never taught nobody nothing. You ain't even got your track organized. They all out there reckless eyeballing, you know what I'm saying? You ain't people that get knocked right now. But I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. 10 p.m. tomorrow, Sunday Night Confessions, and we'll have a supplemental topic too. So make sure if y'all have something, on your mind to talk about, make sure y'all share that, Sweet Berry. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much for dropping the Benjamins. Again, the ratchet and the righteous. I like that. Shout out to 1676 wherever you may be this evening. But yeah, that's the den. You're gonna get the ratchetness, you're gonna get the righteousness, and we just learn, man. So with that being said, Chugging up a deuce. Y'all ain't got to go home. But I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. Mixer crew, I'll probably be on the mixer about 10, 15 minutes if y'all want to get on the mixer and talk some shit. I'll put the link in the chat after the stream. But I'll fuck with y'all here shortly. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all again. An honor and a privilege to get to chop it up with y'all. And I'm gone. Shit, what y'all doing? Good night, Miss Keisha. Good night, Miss Cartier. Let me see who else talking about they say they go good night. But let me put this link here in this thing. I fucks with y'all.